Ka tira tēnā tātou. Tēnā tātou ko ki mai anō ki tēnei o ngā hui. Hare te mea ko mutsu ka te haere tonu ngā mihi ngā huatanga katoa. Engari tēnei o ngā ata me tīmata no tātou I raro te maru tō tātou matunu I te rana. Reira kia inui tātou. Hei mūpo I mātou I hoa, hei tohi I mātou mahi katoa. O koe no hei whakakahi I mātou. He whai klori ai koe I mātou mahi katoa. He mea tīmata, he mea mahi. He mea whakaotiro te ia koe. He whiwhi ai koe I tōro tōni te mea ata whai tēnei koe. Ko hi Christian, woki tō mātou ariki. Amen. Ka tira tēnā tātou. Tēnā rā te mana whenua. O tēnei o ngaro he nara kia koe rua. E arahi haere nei tō iwi. Nei mātou kei roto I tō iwi e mahi nei mahi. Me mihi rā atu tātika. I ngā tini aitua. Me te mihi hoki ki te matatini. Nei atu whānau apunu E tui nei. Ka hoi no rā. Ko hoki mai no tātou ki roto I tēnei o ngā huihuinga. Ke kite ai, ke he te huarahi mo tātou. Reira I hara tēnei mo te whakaroro haere wa tātou mi. Engari me mihi kati. Me te mea pirangi I tū mai koe ki te mihi. E te pai tērā, ki te kore ka haere tō ngā mai. Reira huri no tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou kia ora tātou katoa.
Ka tua hau ke mihi atu kia koe taraka tērā rau mō tēnei karakia hei whakawāte. Ai, te hui nei, tēnei mihi atu kia koe. Ai, e tautokana tēnā mea o te matatini me te tēnei toa. Whānau apanui, pai rawa atu tēnā I te rā wiki. Yes. He wiki nunui mo te iwi Māori, me hapai ana o tātou nei taonga, o te reo whaiata, kapahaka era me kato. E tautokana mihi ana ki a rātou ngā mate o te ao, mate o te tumotu, ngā mate kua hinga atu, kua hinga mai, koutou I hinga ai I roto tēnā mahi kino o te tāwhiri mātia, o era rohi a muri whenua, muri wai, tai atu ki te tai rāwhiti, me ki kia kahu, te rohi o kahu nuni o tātou nei whakaaro. Aroha ki a rāta, te hāpai ana whakatika te huarahi mō rāta. Me huri anō ki te kaupapa taranei, tima tai anō, haere tonu, ki te mei kaupapa nunui, koutou katoa, ngā kohi kumihana, tēnā rā koutou, kia koe te chiamana, koutou katoa, kia kā, kia maia, kia marawa nui I roto I ngā mahi. Ka nui te pōtaku nā koe tuana mō tātou nei iwi o kaitahu. Whānui, e mehi atu, kia koutou katoa. Kia ora koutou. Tēnā.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. And for those of you who weren't necessarily able to follow that, it was a delightful exchange of good wishes from Edward to Row for the winning of the Matatini competition by Row's people. So a little bit of boasting from Row, a little bit of congratulations from Edward. So thank you very much for those words. I have to commence this week of the coastal environment hearings with welcome to everybody, but also have to reflect on the health and safety admonition that if we have an earthquake or fire, everybody's to leave by the door at the back of there, to head outside and assemble at the Spate Ale House down the road. Otherwise, toilets are outside that back door, and I would otherwise just ask that everybody check that their cell phones are turned off, or certainly the core ability is turned on. And with that, Mr. Logan, we turn to ORC.
Chair, could I just very briefly raise a point of timing? Unfortunately, I'm due to appear remotely in the Auckland High Court by BMR at 10 a.m. this morning. I anticipate that will be completed by no later than 10:30, just in case matters do progress a little more quickly. It might be an opportune moment for the morning to adjourn.
Yeah, look, thank you very much, Mr. Cameron, and I'm sure that'll work well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to introduce this topic from an ORC perspective. Seated to my left is Andrew McLennan, who's the Section 42A report writer on this topic, and he will present an opening statement which has been provided prior to the commencement of this hearing, available on the web page. Trust everybody that has a copy of the written submissions, which I'll now take you through. Coastal Environment chapter must set out the approach to managing the coastal environment and giving effect to the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. That's the requirement in the National Planning Standards. I just want to touch on the concept of the coastal environment, because some submissions have perhaps indicated a misunderstanding of the spatial extent of the coastal environment. The coastal environment includes the coastal marine area. Coastal marine area is the space between mean high water springs and the outer limits of the territorial sea, approximately 12 nautical miles. There's some complexity about the boundaries of the CMA at river mouths. The mouth is either agreed between the Minister of Conservation, Regional Council and relative territorial authority on preparation of a proposed regional coastal plan, or determined by a declaration made by the Environment Court before the regional coastal plan becomes operative. Once determined, the mouth is fixed until the next review of the regional coastal plan. At a river mouth, the landward boundary of the CMA is the lesser of 1 kilometre upstream of the mouth of the river, or the point upstream that is calculated by multiplying the width of the river by 5. Coastal environment has a broader spatial extent in the coastal marine area. It extends inland with mean high water springs. In the Otago region, the landward extent of the coastal environment has not been identified nor mapped. The factors set out in Policy 1 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement apply to the identification of the coastal environment. These matters are repeated in CEP2, the proposed regional policy statement. To give effect to that policy, local authorities in the region are required to identify and map the land boundary. So it's the coastal environment, coastal marine area, falling with the track. So I note that in this method that the 31 May 2023 date would need to be changed. That's a change which can be made without really affecting the substance of the method, but is necessary because of the delays that have occurred in this process so far. The Resource Management Act, including particular Part 2, the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and Regional Policy Statement, apply to the whole of the coastal environment in the Otago region. The Regional Coastal Plan regulates, for RMA purposes, activities in the coastal marine area. Regional District Plans apply to the balance of the coastal environment. A regional policy statement must be prepared in accordance with the Regional Council functions in Section 30. Relevant Regional Council functions are being listed by me, and I won't read that, but it's there for your reference should you need it. I ask you to note that Section 30, subsection 2, imposes a restriction on the ability of a regional council to control fishing and fishing resources in the coastal marine area. The Fisheries Act applies to the management of fishing and control of fishery resources. And nonetheless, regional councils may control fishing and fishing resources other than the Fisheries Act. including for the maintenance of Indigenous biodiversity. Nothing in the coastal environment chapter, as it stands at present, trespasses in my submission into forbidden territory. Because of the diverse nature of the coastal environment, all the provisions of Part 2, that's sections 5 to 8, apply to the coastal marine area and the wider coastal environment and must inform planning decisions. The guiding principle is sustainable management of natural and physical resources. Natural and physical resources include, so it's a non-exhaustive definition, land, water, air, soil, minerals, energy, and all forms of plants and animals, whether indigenous or exotic, and all structures. Sustainable management means providing for social, cultural, and economic well-being of people and communities, while at the same time sustaining the potential of natural and physical resources other than minerals to meet the reasonably foreseeable needs of future generations and safeguarding the life-supporting capacity of air, water, soil, and ecosystems, and avoiding, remedying, or mitigating any adverse effects of activities on the environment. The words sustaining and safeguarding are words of ordinary usage. Sustain simply means to maintain or keep up. Safeguard means keep safe or protect from harm. In King 7, the Supreme Court described sections 5 to A and D as protecting intergenerational interests, which resonates with the Kaitabu evidence presented earlier during these hearings. These intergenerational interests are in the nature of bottom lines. The Supreme Court categorised section 5.2c as being directed to environmental interests. It sets out the options of avoidance, remediation and mitigation. There must be a New Zealand coastal policy statement. It must contain objectives and policies to achieve the purpose of the Resource Management Act and the coastal environment. Choices have been made to protect some resources and in preference to provide for their use and development. Avoidance of adverse effects has been preferred in some instances to remediation and mitigation. Coastal policy statements set binding national policy choices. The NZCPS reflects priorities in the use, development, and protection of natural and physical resources in the coastal environment. The RPS must give effect to or implement those policy decisions. Like national policy statements, the NZCPS is recognised as secondary legislation. Its meaning must be ascertained from its text in light of its purpose and context. The recent application of the Principles of Interpretation of the Legislation Act 2019 does not displace the approach of the Supreme Court, I should say the earlier approach in 2014, of the Supreme Court and King 7 to the internal relationships of the provisions of the NZCPS to one another. What is clear from the Supreme Court decision is that the objectives and policies of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement must be read as a whole. Provisions or part of a provision should not be taken in isolation. The Court emphasised the importance of the way in which individual provisions are expressed. Close attention must be paid to the words chosen, objectives and policies to be read and applied in their terms. More directed provisions prevail over the less prescriptive. In particular, the avoidance policies, that's policies 11 dealing with Indigenous biodiversity, policy 13, natural character, 15, outstanding natural features and landscapes, and 16, dealing with surf breaks of national importance, take precedence over policies to provide for, consider or recognise. This way, the policies work together. The activities in the coastal environment must take place within the envelope set by the avoidance policies. This does not mean that the avoidance policies require prohibited activity status. The avoidance policies prescribe specific adverse effects, not activities. Activity status is set in regional district plans and a regional policy statement. Activity status should not be prejudged at the regional policy statement level. Whether an activity has an adverse effect, whether that effect must be avoided, and how it can be avoided depends on specific proposals and their locations. The inquiry is fact-specific and requires detailed evaluation of the activity and its environment. That is far from saying that existing and even new activities are necessarily precluded by the avoidance policies. An assessment of the effects on the environment is taken into account the state of the environment, including existing modifications to that environment by human intervention. The duration and degree of adverse effects is also material. The Supreme Court noted that it may not be necessary to avoid minor or transitory effects. The availability of methods to avoid adverse effects, including adaptive management, is part of the plan making or consenting evaluation. When all these matters are brought into account, it's hard to see how continuation of an existing activity or the replacement of an existing facility can be precluded by the NZCPS or by provisions in the RPS which faithfully give effect to the NZCPS. Submissions which seek to dilute the NZCPS must be resisted. The NZCPS does not foreclose more rigorous provisions in the RPS. There's nothing in either the RMA or the NZCPS which prevents its greater stringency or stops an RPS dealing with matters not covered by the NZCPS. In this case, based on section 6C, and that's about the significant natural areas, the Resource Management Act, additional provisions are proposed for Indigenous biodiversity, protecting SNAs, and Tohoka species and ecosystems not caught by Policy 11 of the NZCPS. Turn to the Maori Commercial Agriculture Claim Settlement Act. That act was discussed in evidence and submissions early in the hearings. Section 12 of the Act enables space in the coastal area to be gazetted as an agricultural settlement area to ensure space is available for meeting the Crown's obligations to provide agriculture areas for iwi. Tautau wants any areas gazetted to be recognised in regional planning instruments to try to ensure that the space is in fact available. It's recommended by Mr. McLennan that CEP2 and CEM3 be amended to identify any such agricultural settlement areas in the regional coastal plan. Just turning to the structure of the RPS, many submitters have raised issues about the relationship of the coastal environment chapter to the rest of the proposed RPS. There are overarching provisions in the Mana Whenua and Integrated Management chapters which apply. The coastal environment chapter is not intended to be a complete code. The national planning standards provide that if specific provisions relating to the coastal environment are located in other chapters, they must be cross-referenced to the coastal environment chapter. And accordingly, these links have been set out in Policy 1. That's a matter which Mr. McLennan has addressed in his evidence, which is before you. Now, there's one caveat which I haven't included in the submissions, and it's one that I made an opening of the Regional Council case. The position which has been articulated in the submissions which I've made this morning, the premise on King's Salmon and the subsequent Port Otago decision in the Court of Appeal, that is open to review by the Supreme Court and current proceedings concerning the Port Otago case and the East-West link promoted by Waka Kotahi of Auckland. That decision may change everything, it may change nothing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Logan. And I really compliment you on putting together a very concise set of submissions in a very complex area of law. So thank you for that. There may be some questions from commissioners, and I'll just start with you, Mr.
Oh, yeah, thank you. No questions on your submission. Thanks, Alistair. But I was very interested in Doc's evidence in relation to the ability of the regional council to control commercial fishing. I understand in the context of aquaculture, which is something that's always sort of happened, but there's a suggestion that through some case law that regional councils can control commercial fishing for example, biodiversity protection. Just wondering if you had a comment around that and how practical that would be given the competing legislation there, and it was in the context of like bottom trawling and stuff like that, which would kind of be outside of the expertise of the current council sort of staffing resources.
Well, I can comment on that from a legal perspective only, and I did touch on it in my submissions that as a result of decisions of the High Court and Court of Appeal, it's been made clear that the prohibition in section 30 subsection 2 doesn't prevent a regional council controlling fishing activities to protect biodiversity, amongst other things. So the doc submission has a sound legal foundation in that respect. The more practical problems of how that's achieved and the availability of expertise to guide a management regime matters outside my capacity to assist you with, Commissioner, but I suspect it is challenging for regional councils because that's not something that, at least in this region, have embarked on to date.
Just seems to be coming through the submissions. That's probably a space that the council needs to step into, and on the basis of the case you've highlighted. Yeah, no, that was all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Logan. I suppose one of the things that was sort of exercising my brain when I was reading through all this evidence is around the, I suppose, the various national policy statements that apply in various areas. And I suppose it's quite simple in the coastal marine area. We've got the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, but when we're in the coastal environment where we've got a very kind of vague landward boundary at this stage, how that sort of fits in with where we've also got, say, the National Policy Statement, the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management applying, and the NESF as well as others coming into play. And I suppose in some of the evidence there's a little bit of tension between which ones take precedence. And I was wondering if you had any comment on that.
Well, I can assist
guidance for us.
To some degree. You're correct that in the coastal marine area, the only national instrument which applies is the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, and there is an overlap of national directions landward of the coastal marine area. My analysis is that potential conflict doesn't arise with this chapter as presently drafted, but the issue which you have identified will come into play in consideration of some of the provisions in the land and freshwater chapter, where there is going to be an interface between them, in particular the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And if I can foreshadow the issue that you're going to have to wrestle with at that stage is, as an example, Policy 11 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement has very strict controls on activities which might adversely affect Indigenous biodiversity of certain specified kinds. So it has an avoidance approach, whereas the NPSFM contemplates a range of options. It has a mitigation hierarchy, which includes offsetting and compensation. When you get down to offsetting and compensation, then you're dealing with actual losses of biodiversity. So there is a potential for conflict there. That's going to be addressed more fully in submissions and evidence in the land and freshwater context. I don't know whether you want to leave it at that point or whether you want me to develop the council's position further at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's something that I'm not sure we'd be addressing further down the track.
It's easier to look at it there because you're actually dealing with specific provisions rather than talking about it as academic level, as I think we might finish up doing today.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. But the other question I had was in relation to the landward boundary of the coastal environment. And I'm just actually looking for the paragraph which I thought so paragraph 11 of your submissions, where you noted that the date of 31 May 2023 in method CEM1 will need to be changed. I was wondering, and I'm not sure if this is question for you, or not, but when that boundary is identified and mapped, what sort of weight would it have, and how would it, I suppose, where would it sit? I mean, I suppose I was thinking if there is going to be a boundary mapped of the landward boundary of the coastal environment, that would presumably be guidance for regional and district plans as to where the coastal environment provisions of the NZCPS and the RPS, where they apply. I mean, would that just be something sort of randomly sitting on ORC's website? I mean, I suppose I'd sort of assume that if something like that was to be done, it would sit within an RPS rather than just be done by the 31st of May 2023, which wouldn't really fit in with anything else.
We look at method 1.
I'm assuming I've missed something on this.
B, map the landward extent of the coastal environment area in the relevant regional plans and district plans. So,
Right, so the relevant,
that would,
so it would be something that would be collaboratively worked up between the local authorities, the regional council, and then put into the respective plans.
yes.
So anticipating that the next regional coastal plan iteration would include the coastal environment and not just be a CMA plan.
I don't know if any thought's been given for
Right,
that particular
yeah.
issue. The current regional coastal plan applies only to the Otago CMA.
Right, okay. Yeah, so it would more be a sort of guidance for district plan. Got nodding going on here.
Yeah, that would be the intention. I know that the DCC have already done this. I imagine, I'm not sure if Waitaki have or not. But yeah, it's something that sits in the current DCC plan as a line that identifies where the coastal provisions apply.
Right, so that mapping was done more by the district councils.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's probably. Yeah, no, that's good. Thanks.
Probably when you had that earlier chapter, Mr. Logan, that I'd be very interested in your thoughts on subclause. I think they're both the same subclauses. Yes, they are F and H in the policy 1 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and in CP2. Just how one interprets those in terms of trying to fix that landward extent of the coastal environment. If reading elements and features that contribute to the natural character, and how broad that is, landscape, and again, what's the visual extent of that, visual qualities, not sure how that differs from landscape necessarily, but then you look at H, interrelated coastal marine and terrestrial systems. How far back do you go when you've got a concept of either time in terms of saying that you've got interrelated coastal marine and terrestrial systems, and how do you draw the boundary for those? I'm not asking you to answer that now. I'm putting the challenge to you. I'd be very interested in your views on those and how they're to be applied.
Yes, well, maybe something you want to explore with Mr. McLennan or the deleting city council witnesses who, as Mr. McLennan said, have undertaken this exercise.
Because I mean, it really is probably a district council exercise predominantly because it's land. It's on the landward side of the main high water spring. So predominantly it will be a lead by those district councils. One would think. But then you've got the regional council saying, well, whatever we can see, whatever is interrelated, what's affecting natural character or interrelated systems. It's not an easy exercise, is it?
No, and these considerations are lifted, in fact, in policy one of the NZCPS, they're not invented by the regional council. So in that respect, the NZCPS is being faithfully followed, but as you've observed, it's fraught with challenges, and when you take a landscape perspective, your conclusions might be quite different from a water-based approach.
I mean, I know that in Margaret, in the Margaret Sounds, you have very delineated, very high landscapes and very narrow in depth from the coastal environment. But down here, I would have thought great lengths of the coastline don't have that feature necessarily. So yeah, I'd certainly be interested in the regional council's input in terms of those particular policies and how they be reasonably interpreted and applied. And if you could do that in those LF submissions, that would be helpful. Thank you. The only other matter that it's probably just an observation more than anything. I was a bit staggered having sat through those Marlborough hearings where we had the fishing industry, fishing sector and military fisheries giving evidence for about 2 or 3 days about the limitations on the Marlborough Council, which is a combined regional district council, being able to control ecosystems and to protect them. And that was against the background where, because it was a combined plan and a combined regional policy statement, so everything was in the one document. There were actually defined areas of significant ecosystems that were to be protected. So that the battle was on, if you like, between the conservation and the commercial fishing interests. And it's been intriguing. It doesn't seem from the submissions, looking at the submissions, but also from the evidential response, there doesn't seem to be that clash. And yet I note that, and I can't remember the name of the witness, obviously come up hopefully through the next day or so, but there's one map showing the lines of the trawl lines, which seem to dominate close in right along the whole of the coastline. Am I missing something in terms of there doesn't seem to have been that conflict arise in Otago that was very strong in Marlborough?
It certainly hasn't been pronounced as in Marlborough. It's not an issue that I'm close to, and I suspect some of the Kaitahu witnesses who you will hear from can comment more about it, but there has been, this was touched on by Ms. Williamson, her opening submissions for the Director General conservation process of trying to identify areas which coastal environment, the coastal marine area, which should be protected. And that is still in train, and she intimated that there may be some outcomes from that during the course of this year. So it is an issue which hasn't bubbled away, but it probably hasn't had the same degree of intensity and the same degree of public exposure as might have been the case with other regions where there has been greater competition for coastal space for competing activities.
Right. Because one of the reasons I'm raising it with you is just that the proposed plan is policy statement as notified is really directing that there be identification within a relatively short time frame of those areas needing protection. And I'm just wondering, is it reasonable for us to be specifying that when the doc evidence certainly seems to repetitively saying that there's an absence of information and that there needs to be a huge amount of work done. I'm just very aware of the colossal cost of that work that the industry has largely borne up in Marlborough, the agriculture industry in particular, has largely borne in Marlborough as a result of dive surveys that have been done repetitively around 1,500 odd kilometres of coastline there. And how reasonable and practical is it for a regional policy statement to impose that obligation on the regional council of carrying out what would be a hugely expensive and massive exercise of trying to identify particular localities where, in a legal sense, the regional council could resist the fishing sector pressure of saying you can't go there because of section 30, subsection 2. It would seem to me the regional council would need to have a pretty strong evidential base to be able to say, no, this particular organism, this particular species, this particular community, whatever benthic community, needs protection because it's at risk. And we therefore are imposing in the regional coastal plan restrictions on the ability for there to be any commercial fishing in this area. Is it practical? Is it feasible? Is it reasonable? And can we really impose what is a major financial burden on the regional council to carry out that research within a relatively short period of time?
Well, that's a very good question. It's one that I can't answer without making further inquiry, and probably that's something we should come back to before the conclusion of these hearings. What I can say is that the regional council itself hasn't undertaken that kind of research. I know that the Department of Conservation has led research in terms of its assessment of whether there should be marine reserves and that sort of protected area established in the coastal marine area. That's touched on by Ms. Williams in the opening. I know, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Flack referred to this, the connections that the people he represents have had with the university and the research they've undertaken, things like the kelp beds on the coastline and the inshore fisheries and so on. That's an ongoing piece of work as I understand it. I know that Port Otago has undertaken research in support of its resource consent applications, both for its activities within Otago Harbour and for its dumping of dredge spoil offshore. And I know that some of the fishing industries, one that comes to mind is the crayfish industry, has undertaken research about the propagation and migration of crayfish along the Otago coastline. There probably are other sources of information there that I can't recall on immediately or aren't aware of. So I think a proper answer to your question should be something that we come back to you with further inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We move to Mr. McLennan.
Yes.
Just touching on those last points, I think it might be helpful to explain. So the landward extent of the coastal environment has the time frame which will need to be moved. And so that's that assessment. The assessment that was done in Marlborough was assessment of significant biodiversity in the coastal environment. That's a different assessment, and in the RPS that doesn't have the time frame. So it's in the RPS, it doesn't have that time frame associated with the seaward assessment of significant biodiversity. So there isn't that strict time frame that the RPS is imposing on the regional council.
Yeah, I take your point that there's no specific year mentioned, but in reality, whilst it may seem a long time, 10 years to do that type of benthic survey work. And one of the questions I'll be asking the dock witness experts about is how far offshore does that encompass? And so that really I'm talking about the 10-year period.
Yeah. And just the other thought I had while you were speaking in terms of the tension in Marlborough versus the potential lack of tension, I guess, here, is that, as you know, the Marlborough plan included rules and included prohibited activity statuses and included maps, so it really bit down on where these rules apply. In the RPS, we're setting a framework that happened within the coastal plan, so I guess it's probably expected that when those coastal plan hearings occur, and if there is maps and if there is activity status associated with those, that's going to be able to be more tension. I guess we're kind of one step removed from that, setting that framework at the moment.
Thank you.
So on to my opening. So good morning. So some of you I haven't met before. My name's Andrew McLennan and I'm the reporting officer for the Coastal Environment chapter. I've prepared an opening statement which has hopefully been circulated. I'm conscious that I have half an hour and the directions to the reporting officers were to provide a brief opening statement, and I don't think I met that brief very well. It's been a little bit longer than the other reporting officers, and it's included some potential revisions to the chapter based on some productive discussions with the Kaitahu and Ngaitahu planning witnesses. So I can either run you through verbatim what I've written, or I can maybe try and provide you with a little bit of a higher level summary so that you don't get bogged down in too much of the detail. And if there's any questions, obviously happy to answer them, but I'm conscious that maybe me reading it all out might not be the most productive use of your time.
Look, I think we have read it. If you can highlight it,
Absolutely.
I think that would be helpful.
Sure. Okay.
But equally, don't feel under too much pressure of time.
No, that's right.
We happen to have a bit of a lighter day today at the end of the day. So we're
Okay. Yeah. No, I'll find that balance, I'm sure. Or you'll tell me. So starting at paragraph 3, in my view, the outstanding issues can largely be grouped into 4 main themes: the Kaitahu relationship to the coastal environment, biodiversity and coastal environment, infrastructure and coastal environment, and connections to other chapters within the pORPS. There's also a range of more discrete issues that have been raised in evidence, including the management of regionally significant surf breaks, aquaculture policy, and methods relating to the discharges of coastal water. To assist the hearing panel and signal to submitters where my views may be changing in response to this evidence, I've attached as Appendix 1 to this opening statement a track change version of the coastal chapter. I'm conscious that I haven't heard questions from the hearing panel to submitters, and therefore these views are preliminary and no Section 32 AA assessment has been included to support these changes. A full analysis of the Section 32 AA will be provided in the reply report. And like the rest of the recommendations, I've used a coloured system to show where the changes on potentially supporting would be. And so they're in blue within Appendix A. Appendix 1, sorry. So moving to paragraph 8, the most significant changes sought within evidence have come from Kaitahu. In summary, they seek new provisions or amendments to existing provisions to protect the modi of Otago's coastal waters, provide for Kaitahu customary and commercial fishery, recognise interactions between terrestrial environment, freshwater, and the coastal marine area, take an adaptive approach to managing coastal water quality, ensure greater restriction on reclamation, provide greater direction on discharges, sedimentation, dredging, and the land freshwater sea interface. And finally, to recognise aquaculture settlement areas gazetted under the Māori Commercial Aquaculture Claim Settlement Act 2004. This planning evidence has been supported by cultural evidence that has highlighted, amongst other things, the importance of mahinga kai gathering to Kaitahu, the concept of kiuki kitai, acknowledging that all environmental elements are interconnected and must be managed as a whole, and the importance of protecting the modi of the moana. Prior to the hearing, I've been in communication with Kaitahu planning witness, Mr. Bathgate, and also Ms. Stevens from Ngaitahu. Following the discussions with Kaitahu and Ngaitahu, I agree several amendments to the CE chapter may be appropriate. They're outlined in Appendix 1 to the statement. The key changes that I've recommended within my appendix from the Kaitahu evidence is the addition of a new policy, CEA01, Te Muri o Te Moana, which put out in Appendix 1, and then also a new policy, CEP1A, Integrated Management Yukitai. The next sort of page or two details those suggested amendments, and I guess a bit of a justification for why I think they're relevant and helpful. I'm happy to go through those, or I could sort of skip paragraph 28, which is the next topic. I'm in your hands as to whether you think it's helpful for me to run through those.
No, if we read those, they'll doubtless be welcomed, I suspect, by both will we hear on that. And so yes, if you move on.
Okay. So moving to paragraph 28, significant natural areas in the coastal environment. Mr. Lowe for Sanford and Ms. O'Callaghan for Port Otago have provided evidence suggesting that the recommendations within the Section 42A report made to CP5 related to coastal biodiversity create a policy framework that is more restrictive than required by Policy 11 of the NZCPS. As drafted within the Section 42A report, Policy CP5 requires that areas of significant biodiversity in the coastal environment that meet criteria in APP2 are required to meet the Avoid Adverse Effects test in Policy 11A. In para 30, the question the hearing panel are being asked to consider is, should areas in the coastal environment that do not meet the criteria in Policy 11A of NZCPS but do meet the criteria for an SNA and APP2 be required to meet the Avoid Adverse Effects test in Policy 11A of the NZCPS, or the Avoid Significant Adverse Effects and Avoid Remedy Mitigate Other Adverse Effects in Policy 11B. Moving to paragraph 32, as highlighted in the attached track change version of the CE chapter, I agree in principle with the evidence of Mr. Lowe that the addition I have recommended in CP5 creates a policy framework that is more restrictive than Policy 11 of the NZCPS. If the panel were of a mind to align CP5 with Policy 11 of the NZCPS, I recommended an amendment to CP5 that I consider would achieve the same outcome as that proposed by Mr. Lowe. And I've been in discussions with Mr. Lowe prior to the hearing, and he agrees that the amendments I've included do the same thing as what he was suggesting, but I won't speak for him. So moving to infrastructure in the coastal environment, in paragraphs 35 and 36 of my statement, Transpower and Aurora have sought carve-outs from the coastal chapter for infrastructure activities. Paragraph 37, I note that I understand that the energy chapter, and specifically policy 13A of that chapter, does not provide direction on nationally and regionally significant infrastructure in the coastal environment. As such, the carve-outs sought by the submitters would only be required if amendments to the infrastructure chapter were made to incorporate the management of regionally significant infrastructure in the coastal environment. At paragraph 38, Ms. O'Callaghan for Port Otago has suggested that the list of cross-references in CEP1 be removed. As set out in my 42A report, Standard 2, Direction 7 of the National Planning Standards states that any specific provision related to the coastal environment which are located in other topics must be cross-referenced in the CE chapter. In my view, if the cross-references in Policy 1 were removed, this would affect the architecture of the RPS. I note that the pORPS has been designed so that all relevant provisions on a given topic are to be read together. If the cross-references were removed, I believe this would create policy gaps within the document. Para 39, several submitters have raised concerns with how various parts of the pORPS link to the CE chapter. These linkages relate to the eco chapter, the land and freshwater chapter, the natural features and landscapes chapter, and the hazard chapter. In relation to the eco chapter, these amendments are largely related to the SNA matter which I've just discussed. At paragraph 41, Mr. Bathgate for Kaitahu has suggested that a new policy be included within the CE chapter to align with the land and freshwater policy on stormwater and wastewater discharges. In my view, method 3, subparagraph 4 in the CE chapter provides direction on the management of discharges into coastal water in accordance with policy 23 of the NZCPS. If the hearing panel agreed that policy direction on stormwater and wastewater discharges to the coastal environment was required, I consider some of the content within this method could be redrafted into a new policy. In relation to the natural features and landscapes linkages, I agree with Mr. Bathgate that amendments are required to clarify the relationship between the two chapters. In my view, the natural features and landscapes chapter could only manage or should only manage natural features and landscapes outside the coastal environment, and the CE chapter could manage natural features and landscapes inside the coastal environment. That would be a change to my original 42A position. And so given that, I am suggesting that the reference to the natural features and landscape chapter is not required. In terms of the natural hazards chapter, Ms. O'Callaghan for the Port has suggested that amendments could be made to the natural hazards chapter to clarify which provisions in the hazards chapter apply to the coastal environment. I agree with Ms. O'Callaghan that if any changes are required to clarify the relationship between these two chapters, they can be made in the natural hazards chapter, not in the CE chapter. And so in my view, we can kind of kick that down the road to the hazards hearing. And finally, the last few matters, regionally significant surf breaks. Ms. O'Callaghan for the Port has sought the removal of references to regionally significant surf breaks. The key reason for seeking these be removed include that there's no explicit higher order direction requiring identification and management of these surf breaks, and there's no methodology within the port to identify them. My response to these concerns is set out within my 42A report. In terms of the aquaculture policy, a range of submitters have sought amendments to the aquaculture policy to add or remove limbs. In my view, there's two live decisions to be made by the hearing panel in relation to these amendments. Firstly, should the policy include additional subclauses or policy direction that's not included within policy 8 of the NZCPS? And if so, what? And then secondly, is it clear that the other relevant provisions of the pORPS that relate to coastal water quality, biodiversity, landscape, natural character, etc., also need to be considered? And in the next two paragraphs, I've given you my thoughts on that. And then finally, in relation to discharges to coastal water, Mr. Taylor for DCC has sought amendments to the methods that manage discharges to coastal water, and I'll set out what those are. And finally, in paragraph 51, I've suggested an amendment to one of the methods to align the mixing zone requirement with that set out in the NZCPS. But notwithstanding this amendment, at this stage, my response to these suggested amendments remains the same as in my 42A report. So that's giving you a bit of a speed run through my opening statements. Hopefully give you a bit of an overview of where we got to, and any questions.
Thank you, Mr. McLean.
Thank you, and you shouldn't apologise for the length of your report, actually, Andrew, because I think we all found it very helpful in terms of addressing those major issues, because a lot of my questions actually were around submission, and you've incorporated a lot of those things that I don't need to go there. So where I was just going to start was with Objective 5, CEO5, activities in the coastal environment. And there's been some submissions around the clauses within that objective. And I guess my question around some of them are requesting that clause 3 disappears. And I'm thinking about that on the relationship between clause 2 and 3. One talks about the scale density design compatible with the location. Then the next one talks about only provided within appropriate locations and limits. how do they work together? To me, why do you need both of those? Aren't they doing the same thing?
Kind of. I think so. My reading of three, and I guess it speaks to maybe a broader, my interpretation more broadly about appropriate locations and limits, is that there are most of the other policies, all of the other objectives, sorry, are about protecting particular sensitive environments, whether that be coastal water quality or Indigenous biodiversity, landscapes, natural character. And so in my view, subclause 3 is saying where there's those avoid policies, they might be some of the inappropriate locations. So some of these areas might not lend themselves to any development. So only provide for in the appropriate locations. Once you've kind of found an appropriate location, ensure that your design scale density isn't compatible with that location. So I guess it's kind of the
So it's a
the micro and the
two-step.
macro, if that makes
Yeah.
where you go and then what you do when you've found the right place is the two kind of limbs I'm trying to get at.
So 3 should actually be 2.
Yeah, that might
should
be more
be-
logical in terms of find the right place and then do things that are going to be at the scale of that
Yeah.
place, basically.
I guess I was thinking that when I looked at that in the context of, say, if you were, which you're now recommending, identifying areas appropriate for aquaculture, that would be something that fell within 3, appropriate location.
That's right.
So more of a
Mhm.
spatially defined area that may be in regional plans.
That's right. So it might be that you find that location because you're outside of all the other sensitive things. And then when you're designing your aquaculture activity, it's at a scale density and design that's compatible with the location you've found. And that might be the more detailed bits of the design rather than the actual location of it.
Okay, got that. Thank you. I didn't comment before in terms of the identification of the coastal environment, that I do recall when I think it's possibly either the first RPS developed here or coastal plan, that very debate happened on the coast of Otago. One example was, I don't know if you've ever been on the water on the Catlins coast, but when you're on the water there, Table Hill is very prominent and it feels like it's part of the coastal environment. It's actually about 10 or 12 k's inland. So that's sort of the issues I think that the chair was raising, and how you identify that. But I guess that flows, that's going to be for a district council process. But on that point, you've made comments, I'm not sure exactly where it is, about the work that's already done, and ECAN raised that as well. I just clarifying that, I understood that the regional council actually coordinated that work with all the coastal territorial authorities in Otago, and I think it was a landscape-based assessment of the coastal environment. And I see that's informed some of the tables that you've brought through. So how is that? I guess the question is, have you brought that table, and is there scope for that to be incorporated further into this document?
Yes, that list relates to an assessment that was done, I think, in 2015 across the whole of the Otago coast related to natural character within the coastal environment. So it was the policy 13 of the NZCPS assessment rather than the policy 1 assessment, in terms of it was identifying areas of natural character in the coastal environment. The policy 1 assessment of where the line is, that landward line, in my experience at least, it's usually been driven by the TAs, by district councils, because it is something that generally sits in their district plan. I know this might be testing your memory a little bit. Back at the Horinga Council hearings, I was involved in that process, and we spent a long time going out with landowners, usually driven by a landscape architect advice as to where the line is. And you're right, in some cases that first ridge line is quite obvious, and you can kind of say, yep, that's a pretty good line. Whereas in other places where it's flat pasture for basically up off the first ridge line, first dune, and then it's really hard. And it becomes a bit of a, it's a landscape assessment based on a range of different things, but the feel of being in the coastal environment is generally what they say. But all of that in that example was driven by the district council. So I guess this RPS in method 1 has said collaborate with territorial authorities to undertake this, but I guess in practice, as far as I'm aware, it's usually done by district councils, and I guess that's what the DCC have done. They've taken that on board and done that already. And I imagine that the plan reviews at Waitaki and others will probably do the same.
The DCC, as an example, is an interesting one because if you take Saddle Hill out, that sits between Mosgiel and the coast. So if you're on the coast, yeah, that's probably, that front face is probably coastal, but the coastal zone actually slips over the tide and not really coastal. So, well, it wouldn't be in my view, but it's kind of an interesting approach to that there.
Yeah, I mean, in my limited experience, because I guess this is usually driven by a landscape architect assessment, it's when you're standing on the land, do you feel like you're within the coastal environment? It's kind of one of the things you're looking at. So if you're up on the hill and you can see Mosgiel between you and the coast, it's probably a little bit different being on that first dune and feeling the sea spray and looking down at the coastal vegetation, etc., etc. But you're right, it's not a it's fluid in that description.
A lot of submissions are concerned that what's proposed in here is extended a little further. I think in your paragraph 150 you talk about that new table 10, and it's been set as holding medium, high, and outstanding values. And then the table refers to areas likely to contain significant value. And I look at that table from local knowledge. Quite a lot of those areas are actually urban areas.
Right.
But at the point, I'm assuming the lower Otago Harbour. Not sure whether that's the heads or it's up here. But Fiery Mouth, Cocoa Mouth, they've all actually got quite a bit of development around. In terms of the consistency of the RPS, how do you see that fitting?
Firstly, I don't have a huge amount of experience in the actual place names, or I'm from Christchurch, and from Northland for that. So I guess my I'm not going to be able to drive in on some of these local knowledge questions very well. Basically, this is a list of areas, as I say, that meet that medium to high, or outstanding from a particular report that was done by a landscape architect. And so I've uplifted those and put them in here. But to test whether they are all accurate or not, I guess it's probably not a question. I'm not going to be able to provide you any assistance with that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I guess that sort of goes back to that conversation before us. It's going to be up to the TAs to look at that table, so work out within that area what they consider that high. Well, I guess that's one of the points is should high be in there at a regional policy statement level. The RPS probably doesn't, coastal policy statement probably doesn't go that far.
No, I guess that in the drafting of particularly that method, it was intended to not be prescriptive, and that it says prioritise identification of these areas that are likely to contain, including bloody not as though we're prescribing these as areas that are going to contain those. It's just the genesis of this table is that we had quite a few submissions suggesting that this chapter was largely paraphrasing what the NZCPS required and didn't have any local flavour or local context. And so this was an attempt to say, we acknowledge that, and this report has been done to try and identify where some of these areas may be identified, but we haven't done that work to a detail that we'd be happy to include in here. So here's a middle ground saying these things might include these features. So that was kind of a response to not having any local flavour in this chapter.
I guess we talk about local flavour. I did find it quite interesting, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing or anything, but the regional policy statement identifies regional surf breaks as significant. And we've had a lot of submissions from people saying, well, you haven't identified mining or food production as being important to economic well-being, etc., but you've identified regional surf breaks. That's actually more of a comment than anything. Been rather strange, to be honest. Things of CEM5, we've made a change there. I couldn't quite see where that was discussed in this report, but I think it was discussed further on in relation to another matter. Local authorities were encouraged to consider various things. You've now put the word shall in there. And I was just wondering what the implications of that are for a district council or regional council in terms of funding, etc. Do you have any comments around that at all?
No, that's a good question. It's not something I had looked at recently.
And there are probably matters that sit outside the actual planning document that's being encouraged. You can't force people to do things.
Well, I'm just looking for that. I'll make a comment. It is shall consider.
Yeah.
It's not a must do.
Yeah, so it's mandatory to consider, but you don't have to do it. What's happening?
Yeah, I might have to come back to you on where that will be in my section 42 report somewhere. I can't put my finger on where I've discussed it.
Yeah, it was in a different location.
Oh, okay.
That's, I can't tell you where that is now.
I found the recommendation in paragraph 56 of my section 42 report on page 119, and then page 20 is where I've included track change.
Yeah,
And so I imagine the analysis in here on page 119.
yes, but you're just saying it's more directive, but it's all matters that probably sit outside an RMA document, as I said, but I'm just wondering how that would work in the context of an RPS.
Yes, yeah. So I mean, I guess as Alistair mentioned, it's shall consider, are encouraged to consider slightly more directive, but still probably not finding that they have to do it.
You talked about agriculture. I just kind of wondered if the agriculture policy and particularly dot submission suggests any widen what should be considered out there, given it is going to be sort of a spatial exercise and mapping these areas. And I understand what you've said, that well, all these other things link into that, but yeah, I just wonder whether it's not better to have everything in that policy if you're going through that process. But you're comfortable that the linkages will pick up those sorts of areas.
Yes, I guess it's maybe a drafting decision more broadly in that, for example, see P9, P10 and P11 are kind of the doing things policies. And so in each of those, they try and direct where or how the doing things are done, essentially, but don't say also consider a biodiversity, natural character, landscapes, coastal water, because I think the risk potentially is if you started including those kind of qualifying matters, I guess you'd call it environmental qualifiers, maybe in the agriculture policy, potentially you would include the same in P10 and P11, because it's the way I see it is that if you are in one of those environments, that policy is going to apply. So you would read them together and say this is, and which is I guess the way the NZCPS is written as well. The agriculture policy in the NZCPS doesn't necessarily say also consider biodiversity and landscape and natural character. It acknowledges that the policy is providing direction in agriculture and the other environmental protection policies will also apply if they're relevant. So I've kind of just modeled that in the NZCPS essentially.
Yeah, okay. The other question here is around policy 10, C policy 10. Now, and actually it's in your supplementary, you picked up and accepted Mr. Bathgate's recommendation. Clause 4, that should have a public benefit of open space. And that seems to rely on Objective 4, Policy 63B of the Coastal Policy Statement. I would have thought that Policy 10 and that in the RPS has a wide application in that, because surely Objective 6 of the Coastal Policy Statement should be relevant in any consideration of what might happen in the coastal marine area.
Yes, yeah, I would agree.
So,
it would.
Whether you're limiting that and have a public benefit for opportunities, so you're limiting that to open space, which I don't quite understand, because if there's nothing there, it'll be open space anyway. I didn't quite.
I see what you mean. Right. It could have another public benefit that's not open
Yeah,
space
not
related.
necessarily
Right.
a recreational or open space. And I think from memory, the Coastal Policy Statement in relation to the CMA, when it comes to use, it does talk about like a locational or operational need generally. It's not a total of wet. There are circumstances where that could be widened. So I just questioned the insertion of open space there. Because it just seems to link to one part of the Coastal Policy Statement, and sure Mr. Bathgate's probably going to address us on that, but it's rather narrow interpretation, I would have thought.
Yes, I guess firstly subclause 3 and 4 isn't or there, so it's a functional need or.
Yeah, and that was quite critical, because it's not always going to have a functional need, but
That's right.
it might be there to provide another benefit.
Yeah, and I take your point that the open space addition has potentially confined it to only open space benefit as opposed to potentially others. I hadn't necessarily thought of that angle. So yeah, certainly something I'm sure Mr. Bathgate's gonna respond, and maybe I can give you some well thought out consideration in my reply report rather than trying to give you an answer on the fly here.
Thank you. The only other thing was the reclamation policy provisions. I see they you've retained the majority of those, as I recall. I'm just wondering, in terms of clause 4, the reclamation has to provide significant regional or national benefits. And I know that's in the Coastal Policy Statement. So is this document limited to those that can't actually have local benefits, that doesn't meet the threshold?
No, I'm just trying to pull up that policy 10 of the NZCPS, and
Yeah,
it is here, and yes.
Edward lives in an area where a road has been widened and it's had to reclaim bits of the harbour, which some people may not be happy with. That's probably the only option in that sense. You know, whether that has a regional benefit, I don't know. It'd be more of a local benefit, but probably reasonably essential
Yeah, I guess, and as I say, I faithfully adopted what the NZCPS requires. So I guess if you were to change that to something more lenient, there'd be questions from.
Yeah,
others.
that was the question, whether you
Yeah.
could actually even do that.
Yeah, I think that there would be a pretty strong argument that you're not giving the NZCPS if you were going to.
I guess that example of
ruin that.
the Coast Road and the harbour is probably fits within a definition of regionally significant infrastructure, maybe, so possibly how that happened, but yeah. I don't think I have anything further because, as I said earlier, you answered all my questions with your supplementary, so it was very useful.
Yeah, I just want to reflect on my colleague, Mr. Cubitt's comments around the way in which you've incorporated Ngaitahu concerns, because that's where I went straight away. In fact, when I got your submission, I noticed that you had a track changes version. So I read that bit first before I came to the beginning. And it was interesting for me to pick up. I could see where the changes were, albeit that they were in blue anyway. And building on Ngaitahu key central themes around the coastal environment, which are mahinga kai, iuta ki tai, Modi, all those sort of things. I guess it's not surprising that your track changes have sort of have modified to reflect that. Is that the way that you sort of looked at that?
Yeah, and although I wasn't here for the first week, I was one of the many online listening in. And when we had a hui with Kaitahu and Ngaitahu on Thursday, I think it was, with the planners, to discuss some of this stuff, I kind of let them know that the cultural evidence that was presented in that first week, particularly, as you say, describing some of those concepts, I guess drove home a lot more what the planning evidence had said to me. And so it was kind of reflecting on that evidence that has sort of been the catalyst for some of these changes. Because from, I guess, my Western perspective on things, I thought that the concepts that are in here were already in here, but they're maybe a bit more buried. And so some of the direction now has been pulled up into its own objective or its own new policy, as opposed to being, I guess, maybe watered down in some of the existing provisions. So initially in my 45 report, I kind of had said, I think this is already covered by these provisions. That evidence to me is highlighted the fact that it's important that these are front and center in these concepts. And so that's kind of the result of this revision.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at new objective, for example, CEO1, you pull that out of CEO1 and given it its own, which I think has to be applauded, because it does require that kind of focus. But also CEMI M1A, the mana whenua mana moana involvement. I was quite taken by the way in which the original draft sort of had one sentence. What you've done is sort of given it a bit more context, I suppose, a definition by, giving 1, 2, 3, 4 sub bits underneath it.
Yeah, and I guess again, this was something where I thought I had kind of provided a lot of what was already in there, and my friends, the planning witnesses for Kaitahu and Ngaitahu, had helped me identify that maybe I could go a bit deeper with some of these things. So yeah, it's I guess these processes, you evolve over time, you're thinking, and this was certainly one of those.
Yeah. I mean, other than that, I don't have any questions, because you've addressed most of them in the way in which you've track changed the chapter. And I suppose I will always continue to emphasize the importance of things like mahinga kai. They're sort of at the root, I think, of a lot of any iwi's view or focus on this kind of sort of broad regional policy statement, understanding whatever you want to call it. And that's where I think what's being referred to is the cultural context as opposed to whatever the rest of it is. I'm not quite sure what that means exactly, but that's kind of the tension that needs to be sort of teased out, drawn out, and I have to say I reacted quite favourably to the way in which your change version is addressed. So thanks very much.
I'm sure Ngāi Tahoe's got plenty more changes and Kai Tahoe got plenty more changes to come. But
We'll be hearing a lot more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for that. I do have a few questions here that haven't already been covered off, but just following on from Ro's comments there about CAO1. And I don't know, I'm just interested to see if this was discussed, but I see the focus is on coastal waters. And I suppose my question here is when I look at the objectives, I see quite a lot of focus on waters and water quality. There's some reference, particularly in CEO1, to coastal flora and fauna and natural, biological and physical processes. But I just wonder if it was intentional that CEAO1 is just relating to the modi of coastal waters and whether it should be broader and relating to coastal waters and ecosystems, or you know, and I suppose I'm sort of, when I'm looking at these provisions, particularly the objectives, and particularly with reference to, I suppose, DOC's evidence about the lack of information around the coastal environment, and also, you know, the sensitivity of the benthic environment and seabed and all those sort of other things, which, I mean, I'm assuming contribute to the modi. Is it something that should be broader than just coastal waters? And is there enough of an emphasis in these objectives around safeguarding more than just the waters? And you know, except you know, we've got natural features and landscapes, including seascapes and CEO3, but you know, and some reference to coastal flora and fauna and the like. But do the objectives go far enough? I suppose is my question.
I guess in my view, they probably do. In terms of that scope of the new objective, I probably will leave that to the next submitters to maybe provide a bit of
I thought I'd ask you as well, and then they can start thinking about it.
Yeah, I didn't think that was particularly relevant to me to describe the modi of the coastal environment, and maybe that's something that better people can answer. I guess in terms of whether the breadth is enough across these objectives, personally, I think it has covered all of those things, and maybe it's that, like I just mentioned, bringing that coastal water quality, the modi of coastal water quality up to the first objective, so it's very, very present. If that scope was broadened to be wider, it might provide a bit more of that holistic kind of consideration. But in terms of what the NZCPS requires, I think that the objectives do have that breadth across a range of different topics.
Okay. I'll be interested to see what the comment is on that. Just turning now to paragraph 19 of your supplementary evidence. There's also discussion in the 42A report around cross-referencing, and this is something that's come up with other chapters as well. And I understand that the national planning standards, you know, direct provisions such as policy 1, but I mean, I suppose one of my concerns when I look at that, and you know, this is coming hot on the heels of the UFD chapter that we heard last, where all cross references were intentionally removed. Is there going to be difficulty? And this is probably, you know, possibly a question for Alistair, or that may need to be discussed a bit broader, but is there going to be potential for, I suppose, for some confusion when reading the document where different chapters seem to have taken a different approach here, understanding that you've got no choice in this instance, but
Yeah, I mean, it is something that is obviously been live in the submissions, as to, and it's maybe something that when you're been in it for a while, you maybe see things that aren't there as well, expecting people to know where to go and things like that. And so I definitely take the point in the submissions and evidence that people are finding confusion with it. I've tried through the 42A report and then with a few additions here to help direct people where relevant, but yeah, it's maybe a question for us as the planning team when we are writing our reply to make sure that A, we have a consistent approach to cross-referencing, and B, that it makes sense. But yeah, maybe that's something we can consider in our reply as to how we can best link or cross-reference to other chapters to make it consistent and understandable.
yeah, or not. Either way, it's. I mean, I suppose it's just a matter of consistency that the users are knowing where they should and shouldn't, and that probably follows on to a question that I've got around policy 5. I think it's in paragraph 252 of the 42A report. Just where I think you talk about Indigenous biodiversity and referencing through to policies in the eco chapter. And I had yeah, and I suppose I was just thinking, that policy is titled Coastal Indigenous Biodiversity. And when there were, and I think it was DOC's submissions about referring to enhancement, you said, well, that's something that would be that's covered in the policies in the eco chapter. So somebody, you're assuming that somebody would use those provisions in the eco chapter in, I suppose, alongside this one. I mean, do you think that that's sort of practical? And I suppose I'm thinking if I was sort of had a consent planner hat on, I'd probably be saying, oh, here's a policy on coastal Indigenous biodiversity. We're looking at a coastal chapter. We're not seeing anything around enhancement. We probably wouldn't actually jump to the eco chapter to find that. Or if you did, there'd probably be a lawyer saying, that policy doesn't apply. We're looking at the coastal environment here, and the coastal chapter applies. I mean, is that, and that was something that I just thought there could be potentially a bit of a grey area there.
Yeah, I guess I guess this is probably a thing where maybe I'm too close to it and you see a hole where maybe I don't, because I've been in this for a while now. Yeah. And so I guess I know that policy C1 points to the eco chapter, and the eco chapter has that policy, but if you didn't have the background that I have in terms of writing these documents, I can understand where you might miss those links. So again, I think that if you knew where all the provisions were, and I think that the eco chapter would apply based on P1 directing you to that, and if your activity was related to restoration of biodiversity, and there's a policy on restoration of biodiversity, and there's a link in the eco and the coastal chapter to that policy, then it would apply. But I take your point that it might not be obvious to everyone.
And it may be that someone could potentially argue that, given P1 says where relevant, the provisions within the following chapters apply. It might be, the specific overrides the more kind of general that might apply everywhere where you've got a policy that does, the title's coastal Indigenous biodiversity. But I also take that, P5 is more reflecting policy 11 of the NZCPS. So it's, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, and it is a tricky one, and I know Doc have raised this as something that they also saw as a whole, and I thought that it wasn't a whole. So I mean, I guess again, whether we need to as a team think about some version of cross-referencing that's a little bit more prescriptive, whether that's a table or something at the start of each chapter to say which other provision may apply, I'm not sure, but I guess it's yeah, something that's been highlighted, and we may need to think of a better solution.
Yeah. Sticking with P5, I just had a question, and this is something that refers back to Mr. Logan's legal submissions too. Paragraph 53, he talked about section 6C of the RMA and with reference to CP5 to H and I, the new clauses, sub-clauses that you've recommended to be inserted there. And I was just, and I know I suppose that Appendix 2 comes into this, and we haven't heard any evidence on that. That's coming later, so maybe that will kind of clarify all of this stuff. But I was sort of thinking around how all that fits together when Appendix 2 is under policy P5.2. But it talks about significant natural areas identified in accordance with Appendix 2 that aren't included in one above. And then particularly where Mr. Logan's referring to that based on section 6C, I suppose I'm just a bit confused over whether these SNAs fit under one, which is talking about identifying and avoiding, or two, which is identifying and avoiding significant effects and avoiding, remedying and mitigating other effects. Particularly, I would think if they were section 6C matters, they would fit under one. How does that, I'm just wondering how that would actually work, I suppose.
Yeah, so I guess how's best to describe it? So the intention was that with these changes is that if you meet the criteria in policy 11A of the NZCPS, then there's the avoid adverse effects test, which is likely to pick up a good chunk of the SNA areas in coastal environment, but may not capture them all, because they might, the tests within policy 11A are more refined than APP2 as it stands. And then, so maybe a good chunk are caught in that 11A criteria. If it's not caught within that 11A criteria, it could either be caught by the 11B criteria or APP2. So in my view, the most vulnerable areas of SNAs are likely to be caught in that APP in 11A and would have the avoid test. The ones that don't meet that are probably less vulnerable because they're not listed in 11A, and so they would then meet the 11B test. So I guess that's the way it's kind of broken up.
Yeah, if they meet the test in one, then that's avoid. Yeah, and you're mopping up the rest. That's right. Yeah.
This could be semantics, because it might be that all of the SNAs that meet APP2 are either captured by 11A or 11B anyway, but this was kind of the belts and braces thing where there might be other SNAs that don't meet either of those two criteria, and policy and section 6C requires you do something with those as well, and so that's where this addition has come from. But I appreciate that I'm not an ecologist and I don't have understanding of APP2, so I guess, as you say, there's still evidence to come on that.
Yeah, yeah, and it'll be interesting to hear that evidence too. I suppose it is APP2's intent is for significant natural areas, and I presume that they're regionally significant natural areas. Yeah. Anyway, we'll hear all about that in due course. That one probably tidily leads on to another question I had around, and this follows on from Pierre's comments earlier as well about the lack of information. And I think that did hit home from reading the Director General's evidence as well, and I think it was Mr. Schultz's, where he talks about the significant the species that he thinks falls under P5, and we've got marine mammals, and we've got some birds, and we've got a shark, and corals, I think, and nothing else. And I thought, crikey, there's a whole lot of things out there in those ecosystems that we obviously, maybe there's probably definitely some local knowledge and the like, but not a lot of knowledge of. And I suppose I was just thinking around P5, often for applications, it may be that there's not enough information to actually categorise the impacts of activities under P5. Is there and I suppose I was just sort of looking through, and you might be able to help me just with where in here deals with that uncertainty. Do we jump back to the IM chapter and where we're looking at a precautionary approach or something like that? How's that lack of information acknowledged and dealt with here, where we could be impacting things that we know nothing about that are potentially very significant?
In relation to the precautionary approach, methods M3.6 include provisions requiring the adoption of a precautionary approach to assess the effects of activities in the coastal environment in accordance with, as you said, IM provision, and then where there's those tests. So, and that same method is duplicated. So that's for regional plans, and CEM3 and then CEM4 has a similar precautionary approach provision in district plans. So I guess from the RPS perspective, that's probably where the uncertainty is dealt with, but that doesn't help you with the information gaps that you've highlighted and Brock has highlighted also.
Yeah, because I suppose M3.6 is talking about where the scientific uncertainty, and I'm not sure if information gaps come into that. Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
And I suppose, I've dealt with enough sort of consent applications where often there's a lack of knowledge, and there's a real, there needs to be a real balance made between, do we take an adaptive management approach, or is there how much more information is needed in it? It can get quite tricky. And I suppose I'm looking at this with a lens that we've got a really old coastal plan for Otago, another one not due under this until 2028. We've actually got quite a gap where these provisions are actually going to be quite important, potentially for resource consents, potentially filling a gap where the coastal plan that doesn't implement the NZCPS, given that it was developed before the NZCPS. So there's there is a sort of a gap in here where these provisions need to actually take on quite a, potentially will be used for consent applications as well, I would think.
Yeah, and I take your point that it hasn't, it arguably doesn't capture those information gaps in either of those methods that I just raised, unless they're vulnerable to the potential effects of climate change, or have potentially significant or adverse effects. So yeah, I see where you're going. I don't necessarily have the solution for you, but I understand the problem. Whether there needs to be something else in those to try and signal that there is information gaps, and precautionary approach may be warranted in those situations. I'm not sure.
I'm just checking what jumping back to CEO 5. And I suppose I'm from reading, I think it was Transpower's evidence around often there's no choice but to locate activities in the coastal environment and how that fitted in with CEO5. Are you assuming here that the EIT chapter would sort of kick in around, where regionally or nationally significant infrastructure is required in certain locations, where it may not meet CEO5? Is that something where that would be a cross-link through policy 1 through to the EIT?
I guess it would if you're, because that provides direction on regionally nationally significant infrastructure, and so they would be read together. There's also there was an addition made to P9 of the coastal chapter, recognising and providing for the functional and operational needs of nationally significant infrastructure and regionally significant infrastructure where appropriate. So, but that hasn't gone as far as, I guess, adopting carve-outs from some of the avoid policies, which was also sought. So, and I guess that argument is probably going to be left to the EIT chapter to determine whether it's appropriate or not to do that. But in the coastal chapter, there is an acknowledgement that they are to be recognised and provided for, but that's also to be read alongside all the other avoid policies as well. So it's that package, I think, that would be looked at in the coastal chapter.
Yeah. I'm just saying, what questions are here? Yeah, there was a discussion in paragraph 140 of the 42A report around, and this related to policy 2, and I think there was another policy 3 as well, where the subclause refers to ecosystems and natural habitats, but not indigenous vegetation and fauna, where you could potentially be affecting a species quite significantly without necessarily affecting an ecosystem. And I think your view was that the ecosystems and natural habitats would cover off potential impacts on individual species as well. And I suppose I'm sitting here with an ecology background, kind of thinking, "Ooh, really?" That that there can be some species that will be significantly affected. That where, and I sort of from reading Doc's evidence where they were, and I know Murray Brass ended up thinking, "Oh, okay," but I think they were requesting a change to policy 3 as well, and I think that came through in some of the evidence from Kaitahu as well around the importance of some of the individual species and whether that's actually coming through enough in here just through covering ecosystems and natural habitats.
From someone who doesn't have an ecological background, that was, I guess, maybe my layman's understanding of the ecosystem would also protect the species. And maybe I'll leave it to Doc and others who have better knowledge on this to tell me if I'm wrong, but I guess that was my position.
Yeah.
But it's not based on anything more than just my opinion.
I wondered if there was sort of something else.
No, that's just me using.
Yeah. I think I'm just about done now. I suppose one of the questions, did you have an alternative date in mind for CEM1? Where it's at the moment it's no later than 31 May 2023.
Yes, answer is no, but I'll rack my brain as to why we put that date in, because it does seem quite soon. I think the intention was that we wanted to set a date that is going to preempt everything else, because I guess knowing geographically where the stuff applies is important to then apply it.
Yeah.
So it was trying to be the first cab off the rank in terms of having something done, and also appreciating that some district councils already have or are likely to do that in their plan reviews coming up. So it might be a bit of a red herring because the district councils might already be undertaking or have already undertaken this work. So the short answer is no, I don't have another date, but I guess it was, as I say, the intention was to be the first thing that's prioritised so that you can identify where geographically these things apply.
Yeah, okay. No, thank you very much.
There's been a lot of things covered that I had marked for questions, but if we go back to see P5, the identification of areas of significant Indigenous biodiversity seems to have its genesis, looking at your report, in your understanding that policy 11 of the NZCPS requires that identification, and it's directed. If I just take you to paragraph 139 of your report, you say, as required by policies 11, 13 and 15 as to identification of natural characteristics, biodiversity, natural features, landscapes and seascapes. And you say, as required by policies 11, 13 and 15. And then if you look at paragraph 251 of your report, you're again referring to the directive nature of policy 11. The NZCPS provides further scope to consider additional or alternative management approaches. And you say that it, as drafted, it largely replicates policy 11 of the NZCPS and revision of wording risks failure to achieve legislative requirements. And so then we have in this requirement to not only identify, I try and map and go back to the question I was raising earlier, not only the 11A, but also the 11B, and necessarily now getting an amendment, the appendix 2 one as well. So on my perception, on my reading of the overall outcome of that, the regional policy statement is requiring that all of those areas be identified, which is, to me, a massive task in terms of the ethos of the whole of the coastal environment of Otago. And when I went back to the NZCPS, and I'm not asking you to give me an answer now, but I want you to look at it, and I want Mr. Logan to look at it too. I couldn't see that policy 11 has that direction of requiring identification. Certainly 13 and 15, I agree with you. They use that specific wording. In 13, it's by mapping or otherwise, etc. And 15, that's specifically including by identifying and assessing natural landscapes and natural, etc. So natural character, natural landscapes, definitely. Those two policies are using that wording of identifying by mapping. But I can't see it in 11. Now, if I'm wrong and I've missed it, if you could draw that to my attention, I'd be grateful. But what I'm really getting at in the bigger question is, was that, if I am correct, that isn't required by policy 11, did that misapprehension as to the directive nature of policy 11 underlie the requirement of identifying at the start of policy 5, both A and B? So question for you to consider, and I'd like you to take time and obviously come back to us in the reply or whatever it might be. All right.
No, absolutely.
Thank you. The next thing I just, much more mundane, but probably a bit relevant to it, is just this table again. Table 1, table 2, it's changed its name from table 1 to table 3 or vice versa. Where is it actually referred to in the policy statement provision? And rather than us waste each time while you try and find that, can we do that over the morning tea break if you could? And can you find where there is a reference to as shown in table whatever? I've probably missed it, but
No, I don't think, I think I can answer that way. It's not there except within the method. So just to say that
right.
when you're identifying these things, prioritize identification in these areas.
Right, because like you, I'm not from this area, and so I laboriously went through the first one on the map and went to each location to try and get a feel for it. And then lo and behold, I looked at your method evidence of the map. It tripled the size. I gave up. So I'm into even on the map to all of those, and I'm just wondering. Does that really assist us? It seems on what I do know, the map exercise I have done, that pretty well the whole coastline was identified as having the potential for use the word to contain significant values, and now I would imagine, without having done the map exercise in my own mind, that virtually the whole of the coastline is identified. Doesn't really assist us.
Yeah, and I guess maybe a little bit of history. The first table that you laboriously went through was taken from the coastal plan, I think, and only contained areas in the coastal marine area. And the Kaitahu submission suggested that it's probably, this is a coastal environment chapter, and so only identifying stuff in the coastal marine area is only part of the picture, and that there is this other report that's been done that identifies areas that may have value across the whole of the coastal environment. And so I picked up those. But there is no, I take your point that if you identify everywhere that might have some special value, you're probably not taken any further in terms of its value. As I mentioned to Commissioner Cubitt, this was an attempt to show some regional flavour within the RPS in terms of saying here's some stuff that might have some special value, but equally, if it was removed, I don't think that there's a huge loss in the RPS. It was just trying to, as I say, show a bit of local flavour by listing a few places or a lot of places that may have these special characteristics.
A possible omission on it, and it may be that we'll hear from Kaitahu about it, but I just wondered, and I'm not sure where they're, well, I'm pretty sure from another function that I'm involved in that they'll be probably way down the list in terms of getting anywhere advanced in terms of CMTs or PCRs or customary marine titles or protected customary areas under the Whakatau and Moana Act, but there doesn't seem to be a specific provision in the RPS that I can see at the moment that would give those areas a recognition if Kaitahu is successful or the various Runanga are successful in their applications under the Whakatau and Moana Act. Is that something that we should be looking at?
Yes. I think you're right. I don't think it's explicitly included.
I just couldn't see anything specific.
I mean, I guess there are some Kaitiaki policies, but I guess that maybe something slightly different. I don't have a good answer, I guess, off the top of my head as to whether I don't think it's included, and maybe Kaitahu might be able to provide you a little bit more direction as to it's not included or not, but I don't think it's explicitly included.
I do make a plea, the same as Commissioner Sullivan, that we, in closing, Mr. Logan, or you, Mr. McLennan, but really Mr. Logan, if you can ensure that the various consultant Section 42A report writers give us a consolidated view on that cross-referencing, because it is becoming confusing at the present time. The other matters that I looked at were largely detailed matters. Now, the final thing is just again, the load for Sanfords have been critical in terms of your recommendations for, just trying to find the policy in relation to agriculture. Having 1A and 1B included, 1B you've now recommended be deleted, but 1A remains in there. And the thrust of his argument was, look, there are all the other protective provisions, both in the coastal environment chapter, but in other chapters as well, that are, if you like, hurdles or barriers or bars that agriculture have to pass over, and the P11, he argues, is reflective of, I think it's policy 8, policy 8 of the CPS in making a provision for agriculture. But he says by introducing a specific item, risks to biosecurity from disease or introduced pest species, that elevates that particular issue as an effect, which is actually going to have to be addressed in the other provisions of the RPS. He's got somewhat of a point, hasn't he? That P11 is really there to make a provision for agriculture, but against the background where all of the protective provisions have to be met.
Yeah, and I guess that was my argument as well, for not including landscape and natural character and other bits and pieces. Maybe where me and Mr. Lowe depart is that I don't think that there's a huge breadth of policy direction on biosecurity and disease, and I know processing some of these consents, in the RPS. So for effects on agriculture, on cultural values, and all the other bits of the RPS would apply. When I was looking through the RPS, there wasn't that much direction on biosecurity, and so I thought it was still a helpful provision to highlight the fact that that is one thing that needs to be considered. But I do take your point that there is a risk if you include anything additional, then does that have extra weight because it's included? And I guess potentially it does. And I guess that was one of the questions I had raised in my opening statement at paragraph 47. The first question is, should this policy include additional subclauses or policy direction that's not included within policy 8? And if so, what? And then also, do you need any additional direction in relation to water quality, landscape? So in response to that first question, I was of the view that it was beneficial to include a subclause related to biosecurity, as I thought it was a helpful addition to the policy. But I take your point that you could read that as having elevated status.
Right. Yeah, no, look, thank you, Mr. McLennan, and once again, Mr. Logan, been very helpful, thank you, and we'll have a break for one thing. Now, Mr. Cameron, how are you placed?
I'm at your disposal, so really whenever it suits you best.
Okay, thank you. So we'll start with you straight off. Thank you. What was that?
And can I open for the comments of Mr. Alton earlier to you, Mr. Kirikiri, on he stole my thunder a little bit. I was going to get to Kia koe on that particular point, but congratulations to Te Whanau and your whanaunga on the terrific performance weekend last weekend. In my money, I really going to learn against the ma, Tēnā koutou, Cameron and I are here today for Kaitahu, Mr. Ellison, Mr. Bathgate and Ms. Stevens. I have filed legal submissions. I apologise for not being able to provide them earlier. The moving feast, in particular, as between the regional council's position and ultimately the relief sought in the Kaitahu submissions, has meant that they had to stay and dry a little longer than I might have hoped. None of it will come as too much of a surprise, hopefully, to you. And so, with the existing directions in my brief, I will just try and touch on again the key points there for my references as I go through. Particularly conscious that Mr. Ellison has another appointment at 1 o'clock this afternoon, so I'll leave plenty of time for your interrogation of him. I should also apologise if at any point I hear sound scratchy. It's not because I had a bit on the tiles last night. It was the consequence of appearing in front of 9 commissioners in Wellington yesterday, with a very brief stop off at the Basin Reserve on the way home. Which had absolutely nothing to do with the scratchings. Starting at page 1, and it comes to no surprise that the coast and its waters bear special significance for Kaitahu. The moana is the domain of the Atua Whakaroa, the guardian of all sea creatures, and according to creation histories, an earlier husband to Tipapa Tuānuku, which acts to underscore its importance to Whakatapena. In paragraph 2, I note that at the core of that relationship is the principle of kia te whitai, which you heard about during the mana whenua hearings, and is again emphasised in the evidence that addresses the coastal environment provisions. And just on that point, I note, and this comes from the evidence of Rawiri Higgins, it recognises that the entire catchment is more than the sum of its parts and requires a framework which prioritises the modi of that entire catchment and not just its individual parts or resources. In paragraph 3, I note that these submissions address the relief sought by Kaitahu, and in particular informed by the planning analysis of Mr. Bathgate and Ms. Stevens. And I note that you will also hear again from Mr. Ellison, who brings his unique perspective and his years of experience in dealing with the moana and his close association with it in that experiment. At paragraph 4, I talk of the central importance of the moana and then reflect on perhaps the reasons why, at least as notified, the provisions of the draft RP, of the notified provisions of the RPS didn't quite get there in Kaitahu's view. Thankfully, through the further engagement that has occurred, significant progress has been made. And so that's why at paragraph 6, I note these submissions are aimed at the legal issues that arise from matters that remained in dispute as at the time of evidence, but I'll try and focus on the ones that bear on the discussions that we had today. And finally, over the page at paragraph 7, my submission is that the approach taken by Kaitahu and its expert planning witnesses better recognises and provides for the relationship of Kaitahu with the coastal environment and the tauka of that environment. It ensures that the modi of that environment will be front and centre, and that Kaitahu are able to exercise their rakatirataka, kaisiakitaka, and mana moana in a way that is consistent with both tikanga and the relevant statutory directives and te tiriti. Paragraphs 8 to 10, there's a slightly different emphasis in my submissions to the ones presented by Mr. Logan in terms of what you start with. I start with the coastal policy statement, and I mean no disrespect, but that is, at least in this area, and flowing from the decisions of King Salmon and Port Otago, in the coastal environment, the NZCPS ought to be its starting point, and reference to part 2 ought to be had where it doesn't cover the field, is incomplete in some other way, and 3 caveats referred to I do, however, draw on that point that was made again in the mana whenua hearings that the NZCPS provides scope for flexibility in how it is to be implemented by regional councils. Less so where policies are framed in directive language like policies 11, 13 and 15, but particularly given the broad and flexible language in which Objective 3 and Policy 2, which I say are the key objectives relating to tangata whenua values, are framed. That does give you real scope to achieve something that aligns with the kaitahu perspective on this environment, and in particular, issues like Māori, like mana moana, and ensuring that there's an appropriate reflection of tikaka in that area. Just briefly over the page of paragraph 3, I note some other objectives and policies that are discussed in the evidence and in submissions. In particular, objective 1, which refers to the safeguarding coastal environment. Policy 1, which really sits at the heart of what particular Mr. Bathgate's evidence is aimed at in terms of getting down to quite brass tacks, but being more specific and more Otago focused in terms of the implementation of the NZCPS. And I feel like we've come a long way in that approach in the last few days. And policy 4, which again talks about the need for integrated management with an obvious corollary to Kia ora tai. Further down the page, I briefly touch on section 8 again, and just noting, of course, that in the context of Pink Salmon, the Supreme Court and the majority held that section 8 will continue to have both procedural and substantive requirements that run side by side with the NZCPS. And so that's another hook for what I call the Māori-centric and Kia ora tai approach that's been taken, as it's in particular the emphasis on active protection under Article 2. At paragraphs 15 and 16, I note that there are currently 3 applications for customary marine title within the takiwā. And I've footnoted there the reference to Ms. Stevens' evidence that carries those. Those applications are currently before the High Court. They are at present adjourned till June of this year to allow 2 things: to allow evidence, particularly further cultural evidence, to be collated. But there's also an ongoing discussion about whether or not the parties will engage in direct negotiations or require the assistance of the court. At one point, reflecting on some of the discussion earlier, and this may well be picked up by the witnesses, the applications at this stage are just that, and there's no statutory directive to reflect them in the regional policy statement. They do have some relevance in the event that a resource consent application is made and there's a requirement at the moment for consultation. But the way in which these submissions approach the issue is they invite you to act carefully, just to ensure that however the objectives and policies of this document are ultimately framed, they don't either predetermine or foreclose opportunities for how eventually, once, if and when CMT is granted and the planning documents under that title issued, how that ultimately then might come through. And speaking to my colleagues to my left, it may be that in the event that CMT is granted, then there's a requirement for some amendments to an RPS to ensure that it is reflective. But my submission is not for your, it's thankfully potentially not your task to have to try and prejudge what that outcome will be, and just to ensure that it's not precluding or foreclosing those opportunities. And then finally on page 4, in terms of the legal background and framework, I note the statutory acknowledgement or te tai or araitiru in the settlement legislation. I encourage, again, similar to the Crown apology, I encourage you to read that in its totality because it's a compelling statement of the relationship, despite the fact that it's now getting on a bit. It was interesting when I went back to review it and preparing these submissions, how it talks about the whole of the coastal area as being a place for a bounty of kaimoana and the place where mahinga kai is practiced, and how it might have taken us a little bit of time, but I think the conversation is now starting to get there in terms of these documents. And it also talks, of course, about the critical importance of Māori in that area. So in terms of issues, and again, this is one of those areas where the moving feast has made life challenging, but I've tried there to break it down as best I can into 4 subheadings. The new proposed CE01, or what I believe is now CEA01, Te Mauri or Te Moana, and the particular approach which prioritises the Māori health and wellbeing of coastal waters. Just in relation to Commissioner Sullivan's point earlier about that objective, Mr. Bathgate and I reviewed the submission. The proposed objective, it reflects almost entirely the relief sought. The relief is very specific to waters in this particular case, and so I don't think there's scope to take it much broader. But I do say that, of course, the coastal waters form only one part of the environment, and of course there are other ecosystems that exist within it and also on the land, wherever that boundary is ultimately drawn. And then, of course, the role of Kia Tiki Tai, Maramoana, and the place of customary fisheries, and Marakai. And finally, the role of aquaculture. Over the page at page 5, and a lot of this discussion was covered off with Mr. McLennan earlier, so I won't thrash it about, but we are very supportive of the approach to include that new objective, CEA01. In my submission, it's consistent with the priority that's been given to Māori and Hauora elsewhere in the RPS, including the IM provisions that I addressed you last time. It's also consistent with, in my submission, Objective 1, which talks about safeguarding the integrity of the coastal environment, and that word safeguarding, of course, also occurs in Section 5B in relation to the life supporting capacity of the natural environment, which, as I submitted earlier, is a good proxy for Māori, or at least a Western parallel approach to Māori. And finally, and this is just the bottom of paragraph 24, I note that that approach is also consistent with the Manawa Te Wai, to the extent that that is relevant to your consideration of the coastal environment. The coastal environment is obviously a receiving environment in terms of how that policy statement is drafted and implemented, and consistent with the Kaitahu approach. If there's a focus on Māori under upstream, a focus on Māori at the discharge shores, at the output, is also entirely appropriate. And just at the bottom of that page, I know there are some other changes to, in particular, method 3 and method 4, and the same submissions apply to the relief sought in that respect. Over the page at page 6, and again, an area where, with the addition of a specific policy that's addressed to Kia Tiki Tai, there's been a substantial narrowing of the areas in dispute. In fact, a high degree of alignment between Kaitahu and the Regional Council. But I simply outlined there how that principle is fundamental to the development of a proposed regional policy statement. And that quote comes from the decision of Justice Nation in the decision that preceded the split between freshwater and non-freshwater parts of this particular instrument. And so, whilst it's recognised in case law, it also has recognition more broadly with that throughout the RPS, but also in the NPSFM. At paragraphs 28 to 31, I summarise the evidence in support of a Kyoto Kitai approach, and I won't rehearse that. I much prefer that you hear from Mr. Ellison on that, and you've heard from Mr. Flack in earlier hearings on similar points. And so over the page at page 7, I note that, and it's similar to the point made earlier, logic dictates that if what we're doing on land and what we're doing in relation to our freshwater systems ought to be considered through a Kyoto Kitai lens. So too should activities within the pipe, within the coastal environment, which receives the effects of those activities. And the amendments, including new CEP1A, go a long way to achieving that. At paragraph 34, I note that a Kyoto Kitai approach also sits behind the proposed new policies to address physical modification of the interface between land, fresh water, and coastal waters, and to address the effects of discharges and sedimentation, including dredging on the coastal environment. Clarity, these are proposed policies that have not yet been drafted, and I understand that the approach that Kaitahu are very much willing to participate in is to continue to work with the regional council to draft up. And I heard from Mr. McLennan earlier that there was some willingness to entertain potentially, if the panel directed, a process whereby which there's a further co-drafting of a policy that looks towards what that might be. At the moment, addressing the effects of sedimentation and discharges to coastal waters sit within methods, and the planning rationale and argument from the statements of Mr. Bathgate is that in order for that to be properly recognised, it does need to be elevated into policy level. And if there's any additional recognition in the methods, that can then flow through. In my submission, those proposed amendments are critical to ensuring that there's proper direction, particularly for integrated management of resources within the region. Finally, it was really an aside, but it's a point I noted. Again, in preparing the submissions, there was a lot of discussion in the Mana Whenua chapters about ancestral land. We didn't touch on what ancestral water means. And I was reflecting on a lecture that was given by His Honour Justice Joe Williams in the annual Salmon lecture in 2019, where he talked of why as an ancestor. And so that connection in section 6E can both relate to why the people consider to be an ancestral home or an ancestral part of their being, but also looking to why as an ancestor itself, and that everything that Kaitahu is here to seek in terms of relief is advanced in furtherance of that goal, whether it be a prioritisation of Māori, a proper adoption of a Kyoto Kitai approach. It embodies that te mana te papi te Māori te wai in the coastal environment. The third issue, just very briefly, and this is in relation to mana moana and the place of customary fisheries in mahi kakai. And I've referred earlier to that statutory acknowledgement. This is at the bottom of page 7. And the significance of the environment to, in particular, customary fishing and mahi kakai practices as an expression of mana moana, rakatirataka and kaitiakitaka. In paragraphs 38 to 40, I've provided some references in the evidence to where the cultural witnesses identify the whole of the coastal area as a customary fishery, including sandbanks, channels, currents and depth, and how in particular Valerie Higgins talks about fishery within the close inshore, extending all the way out to beyond the 12 nautical mile limit that applies under the RMA. And the fact that whilst Makapai and Taiapure exist as customary fisheries management tools. They are not the only tools to ensure that there is continued access, and appropriate direction through planning documents is of course an important and additional tool in the armour in that respect. And so that's why I say at paragraph 41, it's important that the provisions continue to support the ability of kaitahi to continue customary fishing practices and mahi kai activities. And it's a direct consequence of the recognition these practices have, in particular in policy 2 of the NZCPS, and the requirement under Article 2 of the treaty to actively protect kaitahi rights to fisheries. The evidence that has been provided by Mr. Barker and Ms. Stevens fleshes that out in policy language, and I've given a reference at the top of the page on page 9 to where those amendments have taken place. At paragraph 45, I just touched on the point. I take it that there was some discussion while I was out of the room earlier this morning about the interrelationship between the Fisheries Act and the Resource Management Act in that developing area of law. In particular, the Court of Appeal's decision in Wotiti Rohe Moana Trust and the recent decision of Judge Smith's division in Bay of Islands Maritime Park. And of course, the effect of those decisions being that regional councils might control fishing and fisheries resources in the exercise of their functions, so long as they do not do so for Fisheries Act purposes. An important point, and it was one that was touched on by His Honour Justice Fata and then repeated in the Court of Appeal, is that in doing so, a regional council will have to be very careful to bear both treaty and tikanga related issues in mind before it does so. As far as I'm aware, no party is seeking to require specific policy direction in the regional policy statement that would directly control fishing, where that might otherwise be achieved pursuant to the Fisheries Act. So at this point, it's really just a note of caution to ensure that if there is to be, that in any final wording that's ultimately recommended to the council, it ought to be cast so that it avoids any unintended consequences for the continuation of both customary fishing rights, but also rights secured under fisheries settlement legislation. And the circumstances or the decisions as to where and in what circumstances controls requires likely to be intensely fact specific. And so it's important that the objectives and policies don't predetermine outcomes, especially where those rights and interests are involved. And this was, I understand, a point that was discussed for to what extent is the regional policy statement supposed to get into this issue. And the two cases that have come through the courts to date have all been related to regional coastal plans and mapping and identified areas in those coastal plans. And that has then been the subject of dispute. And I note in the Northland example, one of the complexities was that you had hapu who were promoting particular areas of protection, and you had the Runanga, who obviously hold the rights under the Māori Fisheries Act, but also Johu Kaimoana, wanting to ensure that any provisions that were put in place were there for the right reasons and that didn't cut across, in particular, those important treaty settlement rights that have been hard fought and hard gained. And so it's my submission that, again, it's a bit like the CMT issue. The objective and policy framework ought not to get too far ahead of itself in this regard, and not foreclose, in particular, opportunities for existing customary and commercial settlement practices, fishing settlement practices. But equally, the nitty-gritty will come through the regional coastal plan, and that's where the debate will, I imagine, largely be held. And finally, from me, on the topic of aquaculture and the relationship, there's sort of two sub-issues within this heading. the relationship between the regional policy statement and settlements reached under settlement legislation, and then the issue, which is, I understand, one of the remaining points of contention between Mr. Bathgate and Mr. McLennan about emphasis in CEP 11 and to what extent that policy should allow for agriculture in certain inappropriate locations and limits, or only allow for subtle, but in my submission, potentially important difference. Now, of course, hopefully memories aren't too short that we had a discussion here about that relationship in terms of settlement legislation and identifying areas and providing planning frameworks for agriculture areas allocated through settlements during the mana whenua hearings. And I won't repeat what I say there in 51 to 53, but simply note it for recollection. The key point here is that there are similar amendments that are sought to particular policies 11 and policies 13, the rationale for which is set out in Ms. Stevens' evidence. The intent is to ensure that where feasible space is available under the settlement legislation, local authorities are directed to both provide for and allocate that space for kaitahu agriculture activities. That might allocate might be to say enable, but to make sure that there's a permissive planning framework, which avoids the situation where you do all of the detailed front-end work through the settlement legislation to identify an ASA. It's demonstrated that it's an appropriate location, but you still have, as has been the case in Canterbury, a non-complying activity status. And lastly, in relation to the point about the extent to which agriculture activities should be provided for, Mr. Barker proposes that Policy 11 should only allow agriculture within appropriate locations and limits, taking into account a range of factors, including effects on cultural values, and that's proposed clause 1B, which is recommended to be deleted. And Mr. Barker will speak to why it's important that that clause remain in Policy 11 later in this presentation. In Mr. Bartgate's view, the notified wording is presumptive of agriculture, and in his opinion, the proposed amendments would provide further direction to an emphasis on the role of those appropriate limits and location. I note that Mr. Lowe for Sanford takes issue with this proposed amendment and submits that the drafting of P11 is not such that it should be read in isolation. And my response to that is that the relief that Mr. Lowe is seeking really suffers from that same issue that we were discussing earlier about just replicating and restating the provisions of the coastal policy statement rather than putting the effort into get a greater degree of specificity as to what that means here in Otago. And that's consistent in my submission with the concept of the hierarchy of documents and the greater specificity required at the regional level. So in summary, Kaitahu seeks the amendments to the CE provisions that are included both in Mr. Bartgate's appendix and as supplemented by the amendments, which will be in his hearing statement, be shortly circulated. And those provisions in my submission are the most efficient, effective, and appropriate means of achieving the purpose of the Act, as particularised in the coastal environment through the coastal policy statement in Section 8. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron.
Thank you. Not too much for me, Mr. Cameron, but it was just really on that last point. The subtlety there with provide for within appropriate locations. I think we heard from Andrew, because we could have a brief discussion around that. Those other parts of the plan will actually dictate what's not appropriate and what is appropriate. The rest, from a legal perspective, got to work out what difference it would make having only provide for, as opposed to provide for within those appropriate locations that will be defined by applying those other policies. And again, it's probably one of those integration issues that we've been grappling with. That's why I wondered whether that policy should be extended to deal with that. But more position on that.
it comes down to emphasis,
Yeah.
in my view, and ensuring that the signal that's sent is clear and directive and consistent with what, in particular, policy 11 is driving it when it's viewed in the context of the coastal policy statement as a whole.
Yeah.
So, in my submission, the dangers with the notified wording is exactly as Mr. Barthgate says. It just reads too permissive in isolation. And if that integration is not there, or if the links aren't clear, it may allow people to get a slightly misguided view of what the general policy thrust in relation to agriculture is. And so, in my view and in Mr. Barthgate's opinion, only allow is a much more clear direction.
Yeah, I guess, I think as you said, it's more of a regional player here because the coastal policy statement actually says you have to recognise the potential benefits of this stuff. And uses that word provision for those activities. So what you're saying is in a TAO context, we want more direction and probably more restriction, I guess.
Not wanting to cut across, of course, any outcomes that might ultimately be enabled through settlement legislation. Yes.
Yeah.
He's the head of the panel I'm dancing on.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the only other thing was you did make a comment around the fisheries issue where you, well, I might be wrong here, Michael might be able to help us, but reading Doc's evidence kind of suggested that they were pushing a policy framework in that space around controlling commercial fisheries. You're advising us to probably steer clear of that and let that be sort of sorted out at a regional coastal level, or at least don't predetermine those issues.
So don't predetermine where would be the first point.
Yeah.
The where is very much the domain of the regional coastal plan.
Yep.
And the processes that follow under that. It may be entirely appropriate to help and provide some direction. But again, any direction that you give has to be very carefully worded to ensure that it doesn't cut across those issues of customary rights, and the commercial rights secured under treaty settlement.
Yeah, I guess if it's not even specifically referred to in the policy framework, if the council comes to develop its coastal plan, and there is an issue on biodiversity within the coastal marine area, for example, that is one of the tools available to them that not necessarily have to be specified in the RPS, does it?
No.
So it can happen at that level regardless, given that case.
Yeah, it could be a biodiversity control.
Yeah.
Rather than I certainly wouldn't call it a fishing control.
No. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Here sounding like a crack record. I can't help going back to two key things. Utikitai, holistic approach to integrated management, as we all keep focusing on at the moment. But it's actually more fundamental than that, really, in the way in which tangata whenua, mana whenua, Aitaru sort of looks at these vast array of things that we've got to deal with. And the other one is Māori. And again, not to belabor the point too much from what my colleague Commissioner Sullivan raised around the use of the word and how, sort of Māori of Te Moana, Māori of freshwater. But in fact, Māori is everything. It's not just water, which reinforces the kiutakitai principle that I'm referring to. That they're all wrapped into the one thing. And And I suppose if there's anything, any message I would take home from this whole exercise is that any RPS ought to be premised on a kiutakikai approach. And that sort of comes through. I mean, your take tuatahi about the Māori or te moana is classic, you know. So there's a whole bunch of things, and I'm looking forward to further commentary from the people to your left, and in particular to the gentleman to your immediate left, around the broader application of the word Māori, not just to water, but to land and everything else, because if you can sort of make the right connections and the links there, you've in a way you've sort of connected all the bits into what I would describe as a sort of mechanism that ought to be able to deal with all the things we're talking about, at least in a sort of theoretical framework, if nothing else. So, well, I just wondered whether you had any comments on that from a legal.
I'd certainly endorse that comment. From a legal perspective, obviously I draw on, it's not explicit, and I'm not entirely sure the places in which Māori appears within the coastal policy statement itself, but it's certainly, well, it is in, for example, policy 21, where it talks about water quality. But again, I actually came back when I was preparing the submissions to Objective 1, talked about, you know, safeguarding the integrity, form, functioning and resilience of the coastal environment. Well, actually, from a kaitahi perspective, what the witnesses are telling me is Māori sits at the centre of that. If you don't protect the Māori, the integrity, form, functioning and resilience is not going to be there. So I'd certainly endorse those comments, and outside of a legal perspective, I'm going to defer to my friend to the left.
Yeah. And I'm intrigued that you drew from Bill Williams' thing around water as their ancestor, as opposed to, you know. So there's some really interesting nuances there. When it can be challenging to the legal fraternity, I would have thought.
Yes, and he laid down that whittle. If you read the lecture in its totality, he wanted us to be bolder and braver in the way that we approached. Not only how we consider why and water from a Western paradigm to what he classes as a kupe in perspective. His Honour often talks about the law of kupe. And tikanga and Māori concepts imbued within it. But yes, that is a challenging concept for some people. But when you consider how Māori is bound by whakapapa and how it's described by the witnesses in that way, then it's very easy to make the link between why as an ancestor, Māori, environment, and ultimately what we're doing here in terms of setting policy direction.
I agree. If your brain's wired into it, it's easy to make the link. If it isn't, that's where it becomes challenging.
I'd endorse that comment.
All right. Thank you very much.
I really just wanted to discuss with you again point that Commissioner Cubitt's raised, when you really about policy 8 and policy 11. And Mr. Bartlett's suggested approach of only allow agriculture. When you look at your submissions, you put a lot of emphasis on the need, as the Supreme Court's identified, to read the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement as a whole, so that you look at the protective as well as the enabling aspects of that. And it seems very clear from the way that NZ coastal policy statement is drafted that the protective aspects come first, but then the enabling ones, and one of which is policy agriculture, also appear, as do ports, as do reclamations, dereclamations, and then the coastal policy statement goes on to identify the particular aspects of effects in respect of natural character, or not effects, sorry, but in communities, if you like, or ecosystems that need protection in terms of natural character, indigenous biodiversity, natural features and landscapes, etc. So if you read them as a whole, it means that you are, in terms of considering aquaculture, having a thrust of enabling, because as Alan Kubert has just said to you, the wording is that regional policy statements and regional coastal plans make provision for agriculture in appropriate places. And the appropriate, or the test of that, is all those other provisions that surround policy 8. But there's nothing in policy 8 and the NCCPS that relates to those other aspects. In other words, they are left to speak for themselves on a reading of the whole of the statement. As I read this regional policy statement and policy 11, that's the same type of approach that's taken. That policy 1 is saying you have to take into account all these other aspects of the regional policy statement, which include all of those protective mechanisms for the sensitive ecology. But in policy 11, there's a recognition that the agriculture should be enabled. There's no sense that I can see from the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement that agriculture should only be allowed rather than enabled. Is it
within the wording of policy 11?
Yes. Yeah. No, sorry, within the wording of policy 8 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. So what I'm troubled by is just whether or not Kaitahu are trying to put brakes on something that may well be actually beneficial for themselves in due course. Because there will be opportunities for agriculture that Kaitahu themselves may wish to take up. And that's all part of the whole of the agriculture settlement concept under the treaty settlement process. So in a way, what I'm suggesting to you is, aren't you shooting yourself in the foot?
No, and there's a very good answer as to why, and I'm just trying to find it. Mr. Bathgate's appendix at page 10. This is to his evidence. This comes back to my, perhaps I've been slightly pejorative about saying I was dancing on the head of a pin, but I think this is how Kaitahu sees it. So it's only allowed for the development and operation of agriculture activities within appropriate locations and limits, taking into account, it's got there 1A, 1B, and I'm happy to wait.
Sorry, where are you reading from?
Sorry, this is Mr. Bathgate's appendix to his evidence.
Right.
This is appendix 1.
So page number?
Page 10.
Page 10.
Starts at bottom of page 9. His appendix.
Right. Yeah.
And it says there, so CEP 11. Only allow for the development and operation of agriculture activities within appropriate limits, locations limits. And one of the matters that's required to be taken into account is 1C, whether the agriculture development sought is being carried out by Kaitahu has been identified, and there's a missing A or a settlement outcome there. So that is one of the matters that falls into a consideration of appropriateness on the relief sought by kaitahi. So not so much shooting ourselves in the foot as perhaps missing by a couple of square inches, but certainly there's continued provision there for settlement outcomes.
Yeah.
Within a policy that is admittedly more restrictive, but that's again drawing the threads of the coastal policy statement together, and in particular the more directive language of 11, 13, and 15, amongst others, and bringing that down into a policy at the regional level in terms of policy 11, which says in this particular context, this is how we see those policies working together and being reconciled.
In a way, an alternative to that is to take Mr. Bathgate's 1C and make it a number 4.
Yeah.
That would be fun. I'm getting a nod from the statements.
Yeah.
And I'm a creature of my instruction.
That's right. But thank you for drawing my attention to that. Yeah. That was all I had, Mr. Cameron. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With no further ado, I'll pass over to Mr. Allison.
Kia ora anō, ika mai kumehana, mihi o te rā. So I have got a brief summary, 2 pages of my 22-page evidence. And I'll just now proceed through. And that first point there, I repeat in that evidence my experience and qualifications, where I was brought up inside the Otago Harbour and the ancestral home, and some of that customary fishing activity. Customary activities I undertook, or our family undertook, but also including the fact that we're very much also involved in commercial fishery activities across the island through Otago Fisheries Limited. Pork in the Mana Whenua chapter is explained in my paragraphs 13 to 18 of my evidence. We are bound, kaitahu, by whakapapa to land, water, and all life, and the links between whakapapa and the Māori or the Taiao, including, of course, coastal waters, which are of special significance in the domain of the Aotearoa Whakaro. I also discussed how whakapapa gives rise to the rights and inherent in rākatirataka, and the links between rākatirataka and customary authority, and kaitiakitaka, and in paragraphs 21 to 26. I also refer to what's been talked about quite a bit this morning about the concept of Uta Ki Tai and the direct consequences the activities on the land can have on our coastal land, and the need to manage those aspects. The primary resource management principle for kaitahu is the protection of mauri, with the maintenance and protection of the mauri of coastal species and habitats being a critical factor of kaitiakitaka. Mahika kai, kaitahu's cultural identity is tied to the customary gathering of food and resources. Being able to access those resources is critical for putting kai on the table, showing ngāti taka at the marae and in other settings, and of course passing on the knowledge of the mātauraka across the generations associated with that mahi. I also very briefly summarise the extent of Mahika Kai resource. It was once available to our tupuna in the coastal environment on land, rivers, lagoons, estuaries, and in the Moana itself. So customary fishing grounds along the coast were named, including in a variety of features such as reefs, currents, and other parts of the marine environment. Paragraph 6, I start on talking about the degradation of the tile. In my paragraphs 52 to 63 of the evidence, the Mahika resource now is a shadow of what our Paumatua in Tupuna once experienced due to land drainage, sedimentation, degradation, dredging, and reclamation of our wetlands, rivers, estuaries, harbours, and coastal domains. So deterioration of water quality and aquatic habitats has resulted from direct and indirect discharge of sewage, animal waste, nutrients, stormwater, and sediment. Contaminants and sediment have had a devastating effect on the seabed, ecosystems, and spawning grounds for marine species. In the Otago Upper Harbour, it is not fit to harvest for kai or use of water for cultural purpose practices. Stormwater discharges and wastewater overflows during high rainfall events. Reclamation has further degraded our relation with the harbour, particularly the Upper Harbour, which was a highly important kohanga habitat for mahinga kai and polypa species, the area being shallow, tidal and estuarine. Further incremental reclamation of Otago Harbour is opposed by my reductor, protect our mahika kai and polypa species in the habitat of the harbour. So our aspirations for the restoration of the dial, the failure to adopt a Kiuta Kitaia approach and recognise and manage connections between the whenua, Waimāori and Samoana has led to the degradation of both freshwater and coastal environment and resulted in the profound loss of mahika resources and damaged our relationship to our wahi tupu. So as discussed in paragraph 87 of my evidence, focus on the mana o te wai in the proposed LPS has resulted in significant improvement in the recognition of the interconnectedness between land and fresh water. However, this approach also needs to be applied to the coastal environment to properly recognise the interconnection between freshwater in coastal environments and between land and coastal waters. For mana whenua, the protection of mahika kai and polypa species and the restoration of habitat requires a whole of system approach that recognises the importance of this interconnection between land, water, the coast, and the parts of the dial. That's the summary of my evidence.
Thank you. You're I guess my questions are really, they were kind of going to be for Michael, but you're probably the more relevant person to discuss, given your experience. And it's more around the policies proposed around discharges, sedimentation, and dredging, all those sorts of issues that you've raised. You probably heard me refer to the road you probably drive every day as an example of some of those things. And acknowledging, Marae, all those issues that you've highlighted in terms of degradation. I don't think you get a lot of argument from most people that we've got to improve all that stuff, make it better. But communities, well, Dunedin's the biggest town in Otago, and it sits right around a harbour, and there's all that sort of infrastructure and issues where we connect with that coastal fringe. And when I look at a lot of the policies there, they're pretty much prohibitive for a lot of things. It's just in your view, how realistic is that, given how things are developed around the coast? And is there a step in the process to get to that end goal? We don't have any more discharges, and so because we've heard a lot of evidence, I think, well, we're going to hear from DCC, etc., around the difficulty of how they do manage that, and it's not just funding; it's actually finding the land to deal with it. I just wondered, and you're a very good person to discuss these issues here because I know you farm in that environment as well, so you deal with those issues day to day. So have you got any wisdom around that for us in terms of how we might actually progressively manage that?
So first of all, on reclamation,
Well, on it all, well, because we can throw in dredging and all that as well, because we'll get from, I'm sure we'll get from Port Otago on that, which is an essential thing for them to keep the transport routes open, but there's major impacts on Mahikakai, I guess, in the harbour. So I'm probably discharge, sedimentation and reclamation. I kind of see them all as the same in terms of the issues that have been raised in the evidence.
it's quite a big question. But look, I will make a start and somehow, I think the fundamental thing we are trying to get across here is that the easiest option is not the best option, and that has been the approach historically. And we've always chosen to discharge them to the nearest water or place our facilities for managing waste right beside the nearest wetland or waterway or coastal environment. And we are very strongly of the view that is not an appropriate mindset to start from. It's time to take a much more holistic and responsible approach. So on discharge, we've been talking to the city for many, many decades, and they finally took the sewage out of the harbour 20 odd years ago. Stormwater issue is a longer term issue to be worked on as well. So we believe there are options, and if they put their mind to it and plan forward with those concepts in mind, but about what we're talking about, MODI, MODI of the environment and all those other related values, and take that on is required anyway under the treaty sections of the various pieces of legislation, and that helps build a more responsible approach, custodial approach to the discharge is done. In terms of reclamation, we have watched, when I say we, generationally, we have watched the harbour lose 700, 800 acres of land, of harbour, good estuarine, kohanga habitat, really, and we've came to the point, probably some years ago now, where we said we cannot support any further reclamation. The roadway and the cycleway you're talking about is the last, probably the last one we agreed to. Given that the estuarine area, the tidal area that was going to be reclaimed, we understood it, and we could see in terms of ecosystems there wasn't an awful lot left there. An incremental widening of the road produced a lot of benefit, but it was a hard swallow. We agreed to it. It's not quite complete, and certainly avoided them filling in bays and what have you. Anyway, so the harbour, we believe, is at a balance point because of the dredging going on as well. Or the harbour to hold keep a channel functional for the big ships that are and the bigger ships that have been coming into the harbour. Port Otago in its most recent capital dredging utilised its own dredge, which is small and incremental, where instead of what they did in the 70s, used to the international dredger, flatten that harbour for still recovering for flounders. I think the bottom trawling out in the ocean might have impacted the flounder as well. But, so our observation over generations, the harbour cannot continually be treated as a utility the way that it had and has been, and so we think it's the jewel of the city, certainly a thong to us, and we're determined to try and retain those values.
In terms of for example, the roading, in the context of climate change, we've got you also on an harvest probably hasn't been finished yet, but that's been consented. What about down to Aramoana? Because there'd be issues there with there as well, because it's very low lying side of that road. It's quite narrow and winding. Is there plans for that? Or how would Otahu see anything that might happen down that area?
Not aware of plans to push the road, the bicycle lane down there or the widening. I think there are some difficulties with that idea, should it evolve.
It's quite a bit happened all down to Port Chalmers, I think at the moment, still going on.
Yeah, and they did modify that at our request, and instead of taking reclamation, they utilised existing land and reduced the amount of impact. It's still significant, but we think the utility of that cycleway certainly works back into Dunedin and down the peninsula, but do not see that extending it down to Aramoana is going to achieve an awful lot for New Zealand.
Just in terms of the discharges, so I understand they've taken it out of the harbour, but the Tomahawk, doesn't that discharges out into the open coastal environment, isn't it?
Yeah.
So how do they deal with an issue like that long term to get that? Because you have to get over the hill, I imagine, somewhere over there.
Yes, it does discharge, and of course they've been doing upgrades to Tahuna, is where they received into the harbour. There's been upgrades. It struggles in high rainfall events, and so in the most recent rainfall we had, there was some issues, nutrient issues in the ocean. Yeah, so that does head off the Cape Cylinders right out into the main, into continental shelf. They are issues. It affects the Kaimoana right from the outfall right down to at least Hookers, so there's upgrades and continued upgrades. There was a proposal to reduce some discharges there and put it out through Green Island where there was more treatment available, but circumstances are prevailing against that budget-wise for the city, I understand, but long term, it's the objective, continue to upgrade these facilities and get them working in a way that reduces those impacts.
Yeah, I guess so. Hearing that, what you're promoting through this is that's actually their goal as well. It's probably achieve what you're promoting here anyway.
I believe it is the cities. We've had a very strong working relationship with them for decades on this wastewater and stormwater management and the inadequacies of some of the old infrastructure in the 1800s and getting it out of the harbour, reducing the impact of taking it away from Outram instead of going into the Diary River across to Green Island, upgrading Tahuna, and there's more to do. Hence 3 waters.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. I'm assuming you've had a chance to look at Mr. McLellan's back change this version, have you?
So I've got a copy here.
Yeah, and my question is really a general one, it's not so much on specifics. Because I'll go back to comment that Mr. Cameron made earlier on, if I understood him correctly, to say that whilst the track changes version has gone some way towards addressing a good number of Ngātahu's concerns, but not yet far enough, not quite there yet. What's your view?
We might defer that one to Mr. Bathgate, because I think where the differences lie are more in the realm of disagreement between planning witnesses rather than how the cultural concepts have been accepted. It's how that's ultimately translated and brought through into planning speak, where I think some of the differences lie. Would that be fair?
No, I understand that. No, I was waiting for that as well, but I thought just as a general thing, I mean, given that earlier on, in the early versions, you were about that far apart. Now you're maybe that close together. And the cynic in me would say, okay, that we've made some advances, good advances, the sort of things we want to see, the sort of things that we can build on from a Ngaitahu perspective. With, you know, the detailed stuff to one side. But it's and then in the context of an RPS, that it bodes well, I guess, for the sorts of things that Ngaitahu whānui are wanting to see and do.
I was pleased to see the movement and that being addressed by Mr. Glenn. I trying to get my head around the RPS and how it's been divided up, which is a wee bit of a problem, and seem to be talking partially here about I instead of the whole environment. So I'm just trying to work that.
Yeah, I was a bit the
less
same.
these payments to try to
Yeah.
do the detail, but the principle of where they've moved, fine. I haven't settled as to whether that's the complete movement required because of those parameters I don't have a handle on as compared to council and payments.
And the Kiuta Kitai refrain that keeps coming up all the time. And I'm not the only one, you do, and everyone else has, because it's just kind of a, in some sense, it's so logical that it's unbelievable if you understand what I'm saying, you know. So why can't the world see it that way? Everybody else, you know.
Yeah, that's why we bring our value system to always keep that in the forefront of our mind. Otherwise, we fall into the silo approach to things, which in reality, for the environment as we see it, hasn't worked. And so I think that is the value of the Indigenous cultural worldview in bringing those values, which talks about interconnectivity, goes back beyond us, way back to the beginnings of where these places come from, which is where the mana comes from. And the Māori arose from that time, and it has a coupled nature to it. So these are concepts that we're trying to bring in and help with that, where there are restrictions or controls in how they work. And that whakapapa thing, it's not just only it's a lineal, and it's also vertical. It's not only people. We always say in our own circles, we descend from the gods. And so that's the importance of that whakapapa element and the responsibility, the reciprocity and what have you. There are many other values that surround those core values. And when we're dealing with big things that start from time immemorial, we need to balance all of those values, not just the four I've mentioned, you know, there's many elements to our values that when we sit down and make, have kōrero and make decisions and seek to influence things that are of significant importance to us, we need to take in all those values, which does cause the interconnectivity. You cannot talk about top of the mountain without thinking of the bottom of that canyon out there. So all of those things interconnect. And
a lot of that, of course, is subsumed under an overarching thing around degraded tile. And I'm pleased to see one of an aspiration of Ngaitahu is to restore the tile. Yeah, I mean, that kind of, again, it's motherhood and apple pie stuff. You know, if it's broken, fix it. By the same token, if it's not broken, why try and fix it? Kind of stuff.
the coastal environment, in our view, is probably being neglected in that respect. Oh, that's why we're talking about Utaki Kai and trying to get that similar concentration of effort and understanding and knowledge applying to the marine environment. We don't know much about it in some respects. There have been exercises and trying to understand it better in recent times, but associated with various government initiatives or Portaga's reconsenting or something else we did, but a number of things. But when we pushed that button, we realised there wasn't a lot known. MPI have been helping tell us where all the fishing effort goes, where the trawling occurs, where it doesn't, where the seamounts are, where all these values.
I mean, I can't help thinking about what happened in Kaikoura, for example. It's some fairly graphic examples of things that you can discuss and use by way of sort of examples of how things can go one way, and then if the system ain't geared to deal with it at the time. Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Sure.
But really only one issue that I want to get clarity on, if I can, from Kato, and it relates really to this issue of whether or not there's a need or a perceived need to try and identify areas of significance in customary fishing terms for Kato. Mr. Cameron's submissions at page 8, paragraphs 36 to 38 rather to 40, emphasised and concluded really with the purpose to flag the entire coast, whether or not it is within the Matatai or Kainapuri is a customary fishing area. And earlier, paragraph 38, the statutory acknowledgement itself speaks of both the whole coastal area and providing a boundary of Mahinga Kai. Now, at the moment before us, for example, if I just identify one particular provision on the RPS at CEM3 in relation to regional plans, they say regional plans must clear and maintain regional plans no later than 31 December 2028 and then 1A is recommended as a result of submissions, particularly from Kato. 1A identify, and I'm leaving out certain words, but just get to the relevant parts, identify areas of coastal water where Mana Whenua have a particular interest, including Waihi Tupuna, statutory acknowledgement areas, Tōpuni and Rawaka identified in the CSA and customary fisheries. Now, is it intended that there's emphasis on the word particular, i.e. that Kaitahu would only want to identify particular areas of customary fisheries that were of interest, or is it Kaitahu's position that the whole of the coastline needs to be identified as being, in a map sense, as being of importance?
Yeah, Sarah, I took that to mean in particular. I think you said in particular customary fisheries. So there's some emphasis on ensuring that customary fisheries were weighted, evaluated, and given some weighting in the process. Our position is, well, speaking for our remit and other associated hapu with each remit. So I cannot speak for them all. But if ours were to be the norm, we would say the whole of our coastal environment is a customary fisheries area traditionally, and that is, and I think that RI2, the statutory acknowledgement, RI2, RI2 speaks that way as well, in my view. In fact, I was the one who drafted those provisions. And that was the intent, I thought at the time. I didn't do it alone, of course, we caught it all, but it was the intent. The whole of that, beyond the the statutory, what do you call it, the extent of the RMA.
Points to Northern Ireland.
Not in the one, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But do I take it in terms of the regional coastal plan that the intent is that Kaikohu would want to be in a position of having the ability, if they wish to specify particular areas that they saw needed particular protection?
As well, certainly, absolutely. We currently have things like pORPS that the Crown have in their legislation. We could probably apply, we do apply Rahui, it's our own provisions, which is more akin to our way of looking and addressing environmental issues, can be moved and reduced or extended. We are currently in the middle of establishing marine protection areas along the coast. That has been a very large and in-depth process for us, because potentially there's going to be marine reserves, fishing management areas or holds. And so we're looking at losing potential customary access into some of those places. But we have negotiated. I'm not sure how far I can go on this because the minister's still sitting on making a decision on this, but we've been addressing those issues in that form as well.
Because where the rubber really starts to hit the road in terms of conflict between the fishing sector and possible protection of particular areas of customary fishing, is when you start putting circles on plan, and that's the experience that I was referring to earlier in the day about the rubber that led to, and what I'm really just trying to get a feel for is, are you saying that the whole of the coastal strip could be identified as being protected for customary fishing purposes, or are you saying that's our traditional fishing area, identify that in words in that sense, in the sense that it's used in the statutory acknowledgement, but in addition to that, let us have the opportunity, if we wish to specify that there are particular areas of customary fishing which should be protected, and for that purpose, the commercial fishing law is kept out.
Yes, your second part of the question, sir, definitely that's what we mean. Yes, recognise that the entire area is customary fishing area, but there may be areas within that, somewhere down in the future, that we may wish to have some particular recognition and protection of customary fishing areas. In that Southeast Marine Protection process, which I mentioned, the marine protection areas, we've gone through considerable internal discussion between the commercial and the customary to finalise a position. We've had Coke have come in, but only more of an observer role. But I understand what you're saying, and we need the ability to be able to have those discussions as well internally, so that then we present a final output, collective or individual Runaka approach to the marine environment. So we've been right through that and finalised that in December, I think it was, recently. Yeah.
So thank you very much, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. And it's lunchtime anyway. I mean, we had a council.
We're not expecting you back after lunch. You're free. And Mr. Cameron, we might break now for lunch. Thank you. We'll be back at 2. We noticed your very old line, and we also looked at the we did kind of.
Thanks, Ewan.
And it might be movement.
To exclude.
No.
About, for example.
Yeah, I identified that.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. Mr. Bartlett.
Yes, we'll hand over to Mr. Bartlett now.
You have my summary just way to reach you. The summary is very much phrased as a response to Mr. McLennan's opening statement. Start out just by pointing out that my evidence chief has recommended a number of amendments to CE provisions with overall kaitahu concern around the approach to CE being discussed in paragraphs 16 to 19 of my evidence in chief. And I just want to make a couple of comments here at this point. I think one is that the section 42 process did take on board some of the kaitahu concerns around the coastal provisions, but even backtracking from that a bit, I think and I'll make this point in my evidence, but I just want to reiterate it now that the process for formation of the RPS was on such a constrained time frame, and the focus of kaitahu and probably other parties particularly was on the land and freshwater parts of that document. Therefore, I don't think that it was possible within that time frame and within the capacity of people participating in the process for a really good and in-depth look at the coastal provisions and how they should be developed. And I want to acknowledge Mr. McLennan for reaching out to us and having a really good and fruitful hui in relation to where our position as kaitahu parties was, and sort of further evolving the provisions in light of that. And I think, speaking personally, I don't think we're quite there yet, but what we're hoping for is that there's a suitable overarching framework so that when we come to regional coastal plan formation, we can sort of do that more in-depth visioning type work, as has been done for the land and freshwater parts of the RPS. Having said all that, I sort of retain my position in support of my recommended amendments in Appendix 1, unless otherwise indicated in this summary, where I've either expressed support for Mr. McLennan's opening statement version, or I've provided some further recommended amendments at Attachment 1 to this document. The way I've structured my summary is the way I've structured my evidence, so it sort of goes through topic themes rather than provision by provision. So I'll pick on with that, and just please interrupt me at any point for questions. So I start with a paragraph about Maori. I don't know that I need to read that out. We've heard from Mr. Ellison and Mr. Cameron in detail on that. I support the new objectives set out in the opening statement of Mr. McLennan, which is the version that kaitahu sought. We did have a discussion this morning around Maori being restricted to waters within that objective wording. I think we are a little bit restricted by scope in terms of any further change to that. I am sticking with some suggestions for CEO1 in terms of the clauses that we submitted on that. And I think these possibly flesh out Maori in relation to coastal ecosystems and habitats more broadly, without actually using the term Maori. So that was new clause 2 that I'm seeking for CEO1, which replaces existing clause and says that Otago's coastal ecosystems are sustained and habitats of mahi kakai and kaimoana are thriving. I consider that my amended clauses 2 and clause 3 of CEO1 provide a more aspirational outcome, being broader in scope, in recognition that now CEO1 is focused on water quality. And I support Mr. McLennan's addition of clause 6 to CEO1. Moving to policy P2, the identification policy, I generally support the opening statement version of this, but I note that a submission by kaitahu to add waihi tupuna to clause 3 has not been added, despite it being added to the corresponding method. And so I've recommended an amendment to this effect in my attachment 1 to the statement. I acknowledge the changes to the opening statement version of the water quality policy P3. I continue to provide the changes in my evidence for the reasons as set out in paragraphs 27 to 31 of my evidence in chief. We talked a bit about reclamation this morning. I continue to promote the changes to the policy that we're seeking for the reasons set out in paragraphs 32 to 35 of my evidence. I'm moving over the page to paragraph 8. The cultural evidence of Brendan Flack in particular has provided a number of examples of coastal environmental projects in this takiwā, which is a reflection of the obligation that holding mana is in terms of kaitiaki taka and the critical importance of mahi kakai to kaitahu. And I think, speaking generally, I think the way that the provisions are travelling is giving greater recognition to mana of kaitahu in the coastal environment. So I think we are moving closer to that needed recognition. I generally support the opening statement version of Objective 4, which is about mana moana, but consider that there should be recognition of the fundamental connection between kaitahu and customary fisheries and mahi kai, topic that we've talked a little bit about this morning. And Ms. Stevens has proposed in revised drafting in terms of Objective 4. I support the new method CEM 1A that's been set out in the opening statement version. That is very much around the kaitahu role in terms of management of coastal environment and resources within. Kia te kitai, we've talked quite a bit about this morning as well. The effects of a lack of integrated management on coastal management were clearly laid out repeatedly in cultural evidence, and we've heard a little bit about those this morning as well, along with the detrimental impact on kaitahu's relationship to te pao and to their obligations as kaitiaki. I generally support the new CEP1A wording by Mr. McLennan. I welcome this proposal for a new Kia te kitai policy. I've made a minor recommended reordering of the wording in clause 1, so that I think referring to the migration of species across the coastal fresh interface, I think that just to make a more logical flow of that wording. One of the kaitahu submissions which I backed up in my evidence was for a new policy to manage the physical modification between the land freshwater coastal interface, that request was responding to a number of issues that have been raised in the iwi management plans and in the resource management issues of significance to iwi. I think at this stage, and just bearing in mind where we're at within this process, I think this can be better achieved by sort of providing an overarching policy framework for that within this new policy P1A, and then sort of diving down into the detail of that at regional coastal plan level. I think there's the issues within what we're seeking are quite complex and will require some sort of quite careful policy development. So I think it's better at this stage to insert that new clause, which is in my attachment 1, and then dive into the detail of that in terms of development of the coastal plan. Sediments and discharge, we've talked about again as well this morning. These are some very deep-seated concerns in relation to the effects on the coastal environment of discharges and sediment transport. Are laid out in the RMIAC section and the iwi management plans. Spoken to in detail in Mr. Flack's evidence and Mr. Ellison's. I continue to support the need for policy guidance in relation to these matters for the reasons set out in paragraphs 47 to 50 of my evidence. I welcome this slight door opening by Mr. McLennan in his opening statement in relation to these matters. I've not promoted any policy wording in my evidence, but I'm willing to support RC and development of suitable drafting, noting that a starting point is provided by NZCPS policies 22 and 23 and CE method 3, and also note that there are policies around stormwater and wastewater discharges and the land and freshwater provisions, which we have Kaitahu has submitted on as well. So there are sort of corollaries there, if you like. Māori land, the need for an enabling approach to Māori land is traversed in quite some detail in Mana Whenua hearing. I note and support the version of Mana Whenua method M5 that was set out in Ms McIntyre's evidence. And very much in line with this, I've suggested new clauses for policies CP4 to CP6, attachment 1 below, provide for a kaitahu-led approach to the management of adverse effects on Māori land and within the coastal environment. And then turning to page 3, I just reverse across a number of other matters. Firstly, in terms of access, I support the Mr. McLennan's new version of CEO2 in his opening statement, but still consider that policy 8, which responds to this, needs a broader consideration of the range of circumstances where vehicle access should be controlled. And I think this is responding to the corresponding New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and the policy and the range of circumstances that sets out. Activity policy, objectives and policies, we had a little bit of discussion around that this morning as well, and I continue to support my evidence versions of these for reasons that are set out in paragraph 60 to 60 of my evidence. Biodiversity, I continue to support my evidence version of CP5, noting and promoting an additional clause relating to Māori land. We had a little bit of discussion around the biodiversity policies this morning as well. And I think possibly we need to talk about those a little bit in detail as well. Just in terms of I think I make some comments in my evidence about the integration across the coastal chapter and the eco chapter, and it is somewhat of a vexed issue, and I'm not quite sure we're there yet with delineating that. Aquaculture, continue to support my evidence version of CP11 for the reasons set out in paragraphs 71 and 73 of my evidence. Just a comment in relation to Mr. McLennan's version where it removes clause 1B. I guess you'll have to interrogate Mr. Brass for the Director General of Conservation around this, but I don't think that he was making a point that clause relating to effects of agricultural and cultural values should be removed from this policy. I think he was making a point in relation to having a broader set of circumstances that should be considered within this policy when you contemplate whether agriculture should be taking place in appropriate locations and limits. So further to that, and assuming that the panel were of a mind to move forward with the version that I'm promulgating and Ms. Stevens is promulgating, I just suggest in my attachment some amended chapeau wording just to clarify that it's not an exhaustive list of factors that may be considered for agriculture. Mr. McLennan refers to paragraph 27 in relation to the methods that he has responded to some of the changes sought by Kaitahu. I acknowledge that those changes that have been made, but just point out that there are some little changes that Kaitahu are seeking in relation to the methods, which is laid out in paragraphs 74 to 85 of my evidence. And lastly, and this may be a matter more for the NFL hearing, but paragraph 42 of his opening statement, Mr. McLennan suggests that deletion of reference to the NFL chapter from CP1. And I'm still unclear in my mind whether landscape is entirely managed in the coastal environment within the provisions of this chapter. I've raised some matters in relation to this in my evidence on the NFL provisions at paragraphs 135 to 136 of my evidence, sorry. And I'm not sure whether we want to get into that discussion today or at the NFL hearing. I think Mr. McLennan is the 42A author for NFL. But yeah, just noting that I'm not quite sure that it is as clear cut as saying that landscapes are entirely managed within the CE chapter. I raised some matters in my evidence in relation to those. Seeking clarity on that, I'm just not quite sure whether that is the case. So thank you. That's Sorry.
Yeah, thank you. You have to excuse me because there's been so many changes and I'm kind of not sure where I'm at, to be honest. Yeah, I guess starting, Michael, and thanks for your evidence, because I actually really found your evidence really useful and clear, and some quite good drafting suggestions in there, a lot of which has been taken on board. But with policy 3, the coastal water, now when I look at that, and I think you raised the same concern, a lot of the objectives in a way, isn't it?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Is it?
Your concern around that was that there was nothing that actually addressed, no fixed test in there for coastal water. And to me, it's about maintaining, enhancing, sustaining, which are all words you'd use in an objective. Is that where you got to with your evidence? Because you'll change the focus. You'll change the focus of that particular policy.
That's right. I think where I got to in my evidence was firstly that I thought the wording was more akin to an objective in terms of seeking outcomes, and it didn't provide a lot of guidance in terms of managing water quality. I think the further point that I made in my evidence was that Otahu very much view this as a Section 6E type matter, a relational matter of national importance. And with that in mind, the other policies that deal with matters of national importance in this chapter, not exhaustively, because I think heritage is probably an exception, but by and large do bring effects tests in at the RPS level, be it character, natural character and landscape biodiversity. And the absence of those effects tests doesn't provide a lot of guidance for subsidiary planning documents. The maintaining or enhancing wording of some of the clauses in the, like you, I do have a bit of a problem with version control, but I was going to say the notified version or even the supplementary evidence version doesn't provide a whole heap of guidance in my view in terms of assessing activities in the coastal environment and providing guidance for how we manage a core issue for Kaitahi being Māori and whole of coastal water and the broader coastal environment.
Because a lot of those things referenced there are sort of touched in there on the objectives, aren't they? Well, thank you. You would have heard my conversation with Mr. Ellison around the new policies that you've promoted. And I think in terms of the land and freshwater and sea interface, you, and along actually with the sedimentation, you've noted in your evidence that you haven't recommended any wording there, and I don't, that obviously wasn't addressed either in your caucusing with Andrew previously, or was there no agreement there? Because the only change I've seen there in respect to that interface issue was what you presented to us today. I think you've added it in
CP1A.
Yeah, and the integrated management, which is probably place for it, I guess. But, so was there a conversation around those particular matters with Andrew? And
so I think
may deal with it.
I think within, so dealing firstly with that physical interface policy recommendation, I think where we got to with Andrew was broadly where we're at with my recommendation here, that the Kiuti policy provides an umbrella, if you like, and having that phrasing around recognising the natural functioning of coast probably covers it off. There's a number of subsidiary issues around things like allowing dune systems to migrate naturally, allowing around artificial openings of estuary and lagoon openings, and timing that with migration of I always struggle on this word diadromous species between salt and fresh environments. There's a number of complex underlying issues, and I think the best that we're going to do at this stage is to provide this policy umbrella and tackle it and detail it in more detail at regional coastal plan level. And at this point, I'd just like to put in a plug for having a coastal environment plan rather than the regional coastal plan that purely deals with the CMA. I think it would be very much a Kaitahu perspective on what that piece should be. In terms of the sediment and the discharge policy, I think we reached the point, I think, where Mr. McLennan was going to go away and reflect on what we were seeking, and I think he's reflected and acknowledged it in his opening statement by leaving that door slightly ajar. He's really phrasing around that. And I just want to also point out that Mr. Allison talked about the, for want of a better word, journey, if you like, that Kaitahu have been on with the Dunedin City Council, is the example he used in terms of removal of treated wastewater from Target Harbour, which happened, you'll be aware, Commissioner Cubitt, around the 20 years ago. It was around that sort of time frame. And then the extension of the Tahuna outfall, and it's not something that's going to be reached overnight. And I don't think we're going to set policies in this document that are going to provide an endpoint, but it's more providing how do you get to that endpoint.
Yeah, and that was my issue with what was fleshing out with your new policy around discharging contaminants, avoiding cessation, all that, but you kind of qualified that in time. I guess so that's what you envisage will happen in time.
That's right. I think there's
so it's a signalling of intent, really.
As I said before, there's a corollary in the land freshwater policy. I think it's something that would benefit from further discussion with the ORC and their witnesses. It is also something that's happening in a real world sense in terms of the Dunedin City Council and its three waters systems planning, which has very much got Kaitahu involvement. Looking at the future of some of those wastewater treatment plants, where they're sited and how discharge from those takes place.
That's my next question around that, because DCC have raised concerns around those sorts of matters because financial implications and all those sorts of things. So I'd expect they probably, because they're probably the main, Clutha District and Waitaki would be involved in that, but they're probably the main authority affected by something like that, aren't they?
They are, and as I say, Kaitahu is working very closely with them on their three waters systems plan. They're also doing a future development strategy at the moment, which will look at the which will inform infrastructure provision, and we're part of that conversation as well. But I think, well, while we're on the topic, I guess there's just a couple of things in relation to pushing for this policy. One is, I think, in terms of integrated management, it's got policies around sedimentation and discharges at the coastal policy statement level. We've got policies in the land and freshwater provisions in relation to stormwater and wastewater, and probably more broadly around natural functioning of the waterways that does affect sediment transport. I just think it's behoves us to bring it up, elevate it to policy level within this document, where it is such a key concern to Mount.
I'd have to say I was surprised it wasn't in policy, well, as explicit of you as you have it.
And probably the other point, which facts to what a point Commissioner Sullivan was making this morning as well, about the timing of a coastal plan, which may not be until 2028. But with
Yes,
RMA
back and they
reform,
changed it, don't
but also with RMA reform, we just, there's a bit of uncertainty
yeah.
thrown into that mix as well. So I think just to get some good policy guidance at this stage is viewed by Kaitahu is quite
Sort of related to those issues, that I was discussing with Edward is the reclamation one, and I see you've gone quite hard. You're kind of avoiding avoid reclamation. Given what I was talking to Edward about, that and that doesn't really reflect, I don't think it reflects what the coastal policy statement says, because it does acknowledge that that's needed sometimes. Do you have any comment around that? Are you saying we've reclaimed everything we need to reclaim? But
that's reflecting a Runaka view.
yeah,
I know it's to use Commissioner Killi's wording, it's being bold, you like. I note the comment in or the submission, Mr. Logan, in his legals opening this morning that we are able to be more restrictive than the NZCPS in this document. So it's aspirational from a perspective. Mr. Allison made the comments around the reclamation of the road and the bike trails, but also the 300 to, I can't remember how many acres he referred to, 300 to 400 acres that have been reclaimed of the harbour already. I think I've got a working figure in my head that it's around a quarter or just over a quarter of the harbour has been reclaimed, which does affect very much the natural functioning, I think, of that. Kaitahu have lost some hikukai nurseries and lost other areas of hikukai gathering within the harbour due to the effects of reclamation and a number of other activities on the harbour. So it is very much a desired position.
I guess my concern about that is it's avoiding reclamation rather than focusing on avoiding the significant adverse effects of reclamation when some minor reclamation may be needed. But anyway, it's the Runaka's point of view, so it's going back. Policy 10. I think what I heard my discussion with Andrew around that and your suggestion around have a public open space benefit. That seemed to me just to be aligned to certain parts of the coastal policy statement. And if you look at objective 6, there's some wider, social and economic well-being arguments. What was your reason to limit it to that, or mark that as changed, given that if nothing's there, it's already public open space, pretty much?
So,
and I'm sorry, and I'm thinking in the context of that, I think the coastal policy statement recognises potential for renewable energy that may happen in the coastal space, and I don't know what that may be, but we keep hearing about that sort of stuff from energy generators. It could be one example.
I think with this, I felt that public benefit was very, very broad and very enabling within the CMA. And I was reflecting the wording in Coastal Policy Statement Policy 6.2b, which is recognised and maintain and enhance public open space and recreation qualities and values of the CMA. So it's very much reflecting that wording.
Yeah, when I look at that policy in relation to the coastal marine area, that functional need in that is, it says generally should not be located there if it doesn't have a functional need. It's not a total void though, is it? That activities in that particular area.
No, and I don't think the way the policy 10 is worded would be a total void either. There's some oars in there. So, I mean, I guess I could throw the question back to where the public benefit more broadly stems from.
Wouldn't that be something established at a regional coast plan or even a resource consent process? One of my concerns are RPS as being such a high level document, you have quite restricted things, good ideas sometimes can't eventuate because it's been shut down up here. And well, this is probably the wrong forum to say this, but planning is quite often reactive because we have good ideas in the future that no one's thought about 10 years ago when they wrote that plan. Is one of my philosophical concerns with non-compliant prohibitive activities, really. But if you have a strong policy basis, it shouldn't be an issue.
I suppose though, Commissioner Hewitt, reading that and the way that that particular clause was drafted as notified, and if you read it in its entirety, what I took from it was that it was very much geared towards the public access, public recreation end of the spectrum. And the public benefit got coloured and affected by what followed. And those sorts of pieces of essential infrastructure, and if I'm thinking of the renewable energy example, I forget exactly what they're called, but the tidal energy things that they're demonstration for us in the Kaipara, you know, they can only exist with wave energy. So functional need would potentially bring them through. And I suppose the concern with public benefit generally is that anything can have an element.
Wind farms, offshore wind farms.
Offshore wind farms, yeah.
For example, they don't really need to be in the coastal marine area.
They need to be with the windows.
Yeah.
Generally speaking.
Well, you've lived in New Zealand. It's not quite as long as me, but it's a windy place.
It is. No, it's a very fair point.
Yeah, but anyway, my concern around those is foreclosing legitimate options. That it's going to be very narrow anyway. Whatever you do in the CMA, it's going to be very, very narrow. Okay, but the other issue with that, and Alison touched on it in a legal sense earlier, we're probably going to hear from Aurora around the breakdown, and you address it, I think, like in the top of page 21, paragraph 66, around that removal of the and. So, because this policy applies to coastal marine area, and the other land use one is the one that applies to land within the coast. And this is around infrastructure provision. Quite often there are lines, network utilities in the CMA. And that was their concern, is that, well, it's got a functional need to be there, but it's not going to maintain or improve any of those values there. So I was just wondering, had you considered those sorts of issues? Alice's legal submissions kind of clarified that position for me in terms of if it's there and you're replacing or maintaining it, none of these documents should really impact on it. I don't think they see it that way, and I've been involved in some of those issues where there's arguments around whether you're legally established, in whether you're a new activity or not, all those sorts of things that you always love to get involved in. So I understand your concern there. I was just wondering whether you had actually considered that in your approach, Michael, or not.
Yes, I had. I mean, I think your example of lines, your example of overhead power lines, I know it's just an example.
It's quite, the harbour is actually a good,
The harbour is a
good example of that. There's lots of electricity distribution lines going through coastal marine. Ideally, you don't want them there, but they're there. They're probably the only way they can supply certain areas.
Ideally, you don't want them there. My take on that, and recognising that that's just one example, is that shouldn't really shouldn't really detract from the health or functioning of the coastal marine area as such.
So you're saying it's there already, so it's not going to have any further negative impact on that, or because it's operating as it is now.
Well, no, even just in terms of the functioning, so the ecosystem functioning coastal environment, even stringing a new set of overhead cables across a bay, just to raise an example, may not have a major impact on the functioning of that.
Some of these things actually have footprints in the sea.
I realise that,
Yeah.
yes. But there are, I guess, opportunities for environmental improvement that often go hand in hand with those projects as well. So I think pushing for a maintain or improve sort of keeps that door open for offsets or associated environmental projects.
Yeah. The Tauranga example is a good one.
We're going to raise that.
This is the High Court decision and Tauranga Environmental Protection Society. Fence power lines across a certain bay within Tauranga, and the existence of the existing lines was having an impact on one hapu and one particular marae, and had been having that impact for a long time. Transpower agreed to move the line, but moved it unfortunately to within, I believe it was a view shaft or an area of another marae. And so in trying to improve and fix effectively a bad situation, it got worse. So there can be situations where, yes, they're there, but we don't want to equally be saying they always have to be there, because they could be having a continuing adverse effect, particularly on cultural values.
Yeah, we hear a lot about those things at hearings like this. And I think we're going to hear this afternoon, possibly tomorrow afternoon. In 4, you raised a few questions around the list, I think. You know, there are additional things here that probably should be made. My kind of question around that is, what do you even need? Why should you have that list? That all of those things there are what district councils have to do anyway, in the district plans. That doesn't really add anything to the direction in terms of the coastal management issue. Is it needed? I'm talking about 1, 2, 3.
This method more.
Yeah, sorry, district plans in 1, 2, 3. And all of those things, the Act requires district councils to do based on experience. Not sure why it needs to be. It doesn't actually give you any direction on how you need to control those things to address coastal issues. And as you pointed out, I think it kind of limits, could be seen as limiting what should be considered in those areas.
So, sorry, Commissioner, was your question in relation to clauses 1 to 3?
Yeah, and you talk about in your paragraph 84, you're uncertain as to the choice of activities in there, because there'll be other activities, and that's my point.
Right.
Why even have that list? That's for them to have to do that anyway, and they will need to go look at that particular coastal environment and work out what they've got to do in there. Sometimes it may not be any of those things.
That's I agree with your take on that. It does seem not an exhaustive list, and by having that list, we run a risk of precluding other activities.
Yes, probably now. I had that discussion with Mr. Cameron around the only allow issue with the agriculture. So I'll need that, you can discuss that, respond to that if you like, but I was interested in 1C. That's it. Which kind of addressed. And correct me if I'm wrong, I hope it's not implying that the only people that are allowed to actually do agriculture is Kotahu. So that's just a reconnection of that issue that Mr. Stevens raised around If it's identified as an outcome, we need to make sure it's explicitly recognised in here.
Yeah, and I'll respond briefly if I may to the only allow and provide for. And I think Mr. Cameron made this point around dancing on a pinhead, and maybe you might view this suggested wording as dancing on a pinhead as well. But I think it's reasonable to say that the view on aquaculture amongst Papatipi Runanga is not straightforward.
Yeah.
There's a real range of views in relation to it. But again, I think this is just trying to add a bit of regional context to the NZCPS to say that it's not a carte blanche for aquaculture. We do need to do work to identify those areas where it can occur, and we do need to have a list of factors that we, bearing in mind, of course, that we are reading this document as a whole, but here's a guiding list of factors that we should take into account when we're considering at a subsidiary level where might be appropriate locations for aquaculture.
Yeah. So are you sort of a proponent of actually including more in that policy rather than the approach that's being proposed by the council staff, is that all those other things will be factored into that anyway?
I think I am a bit of a proponent. Aquaculture is quite a divisive issue, and I think also bearing in mind that, you know, as we've alluded to a little bit this morning, there's a lot we don't know in the coastal environment. So I'm a proponent of quite a precautionary approach toward aquaculture. So I think setting out some factors that must be considered is a useful starting point at policy level.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think I had any further there. Some questions around the biodiversity, that section that you all raised in terms of how that's drafted out. I'll let Kianka talk about that. One of our difficulties is that we haven't turned our mind to that ecological biodiversity chapter yet. So this is sort of coming almost the cart before the horse. So you may come back to that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. You've answered most of the questions I had, but I knew that was coming anyway. But I do want to just reflect on the value of continued corridor, given that, you know, you've had the chance to revisit some of these things with Mr. McLennan over here, and the value in that is getting a sort of a better idea, I suppose, or clearer perspective on where people are coming from, and then you're able to reach common points where you agree on, and you know, as I was saying earlier on, points of difference become smaller and smaller and smaller. The only other comment I wanted to make was around the one around mana. You know, the mana of Ngaitahu. We talk about mana whenua, mana moana, all the other manas that are going. But the mana to do with customary fisheries and mahina kai, you know, and the responsibilities that go with that mana. You don't just have it. You then have a responsibility to keep it, or to earn it, or to maintain that level of respect that people have for mana. And if there's anything I want to see coming out of this exercise, is that sort of continuation of the respect of the mana of Ngaitahu in all of the sort of things that we're talking about here. Coastal environment in particular, because that's a key, at least for this region, this part of the rohe of Ngaitahu. It is. I mean, you keep saying it is. And I think I believe it. We've had people like Brendan and David and all these repeated, and they emphasize it. And what I'm seeing now from the what I call continued corridor is a bit of reflection of that, of how people acknowledge and understand what mana really is. And it has to. And it's got to be reflected in this
There's one area, and you should put a stop to this, right? That mana is used and it shouldn't be in its relation to a specific rugby team in New Zealand.
Oh, well, no, the Hurricanes do quite well.
Chiefs.
Yes. Anyway, that's enough for me. Thank you very much, mate. Oh, Chiefs.
Yeah.
Chiefs mana. Take that word.
Yeah, I'm a Canterbury and we can do very well.
Well, that was good. That was.
What we talk about in the lunch breaks. Just a couple of questions from me, because most of my points have been covered off. And one of them, and I suppose I'm just interested around P5, policy 5, and I see that there's still a sort of a little bit additional there, and I know we're hearing from Doc around that they think it should be slightly more in there to make it specific to the Otago region rather than reflecting policy 11 of the NZCPS so much. I mean, do you have a comment or a view more on that, given I suppose given the amendments that have come through from your discussions with Mr. McKenna?
I would welcome that, but I'm not an ecologist. And I think this is the sort of part of the conversation where we do the deep dive into ecological speak. And, some of us lay people get left behind.
And I suppose I'm thinking about it more from a policy perspective, whether you take what's there in policy 11, to what extent do you kind of refine it and expand on it, shape it around to be more Otago specific, or leave it largely as it is in here with a few tweaks.
Well, I would welcome that. I think it's quite aspirational to want to be able to do that, but and would require quite a bit of work. But it's not to say that it shouldn't be done. I guess one area where I struggle with these policies is CP 5.2. The second clause, in my mind, has now ended up with a situation where you've got avoid, remedy, or mitigate for the list of biodiversity types that follow, which, and I know we haven't got to the eco part of the hearing yet, but it seems like a lesser requirement for Indigenous biodiversity in general and in the eco policies. So, and again, to me, this raises the question of how these policy sets talk to each other, but in theory, then you end up with a situation where coastal biodiversity that's not in that list in clause 1 is treated with a more enabling and fixed hierarchy. More enabling is probably not the right word, but a less detailed fixed hierarchy than the non-coastal part of the region. So I think it's just a bit of a perverse outcome in that respect. The tauka species is another area that we're waiting still for the NPSIB to land, which has quite a bit to say around tauka species and habitat mapping.
Including in the coastal environment, or the coastal
not the coastal marine area. It's terrestrial only, not freshwater or coastal marine area, but will inform this as well. And Mana Whenua role in that process. I think I sort of welcome that, and it is in the eco provisions provide for tauka as well. So there's probably just a bit of a question there in my mind about how the two sets of provisions talk to each other in that regard. I mean, I welcome the inclusion of tauka in the RPS. But yeah, a little question there, and also to be informed by what if and when an NPSIB does land.
Going to get interesting if it lands while we're still grappling with
That was a Supreme Court decision.
that too. One of the one other question I just had in relation to policy 1A, the Kia Tiki Tai policy. And it's possibly drafting, but it's possibly more, and I'm just wanting to clarify the intent of that word implement at the start of that policy. And how important is that, and what is it sort of, I suppose, what's its intent there? Because if I sort of look at it and say, think, well, you know, is it more around, you know, you manage Otago's coastal environment in an integrated way, that blah, 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 or is there a reason why that word implement is?
The short answer is as the word was there in the notified version of
Right.
CP1.
Okay.
But I take your point, and I think there's probably better wording.
Yeah, I was just thinking you're sort of implementing the management and sort of what is, am I kind of missing something in terms of the importance of
It
that?
does imply jumping straight to rules and methods.
Yeah, well, it does. It does.
So I think
Yeah.
there could be better wording in that regard.
I think that might cover it. Yeah, but thank you for your evidence. Very helpful.
Just listening to one response you gave to Commissioner Hibbert was that it was almost an aside, but it's an intriguing aside, that you said you'd rather see a coastal environment plan than a coastal plan, regional coastal plan. Any statutory base to that?
No, I think it's more coming from conversations with cultural witnesses and their perspective on, particularly around the Kia Tiki Tai, and some of the issues they've raised in the coastal environment and where some of the real issues are springing from in terms of sedimentation and things that are moving across those jurisdictional boundaries. And I think it'd be easier to manage those with a coastal plan that goes more broad than the CMA.
I think coming from one of the 3 or 4 only unitary council areas, the issue hadn't really struck me before, because but in fact you end up with a strange situation as a result of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement recognition of a coastal environment area, that you have the territorial authorities having to deal with the land aspects of that, and the regional ones having to deal with the coastal aspects. And I was rather hoping you might have been able to refer to some statutory provision that I'd overlooked. But
That's why we should have unitary plans all over the place.
sorry, take it.
That's why we should have unitary plans all over the place.
It's the siloing issue that Brendan raised.
That's right. I was going to say, Brendan.
And why don't we just have one regional plan that starts when the territory goes to the mountains and deals with it?
I was going to say that Mr. Flack raises it in his evidence quite strongly, and he's someone who's, as I say, on the ground, he's in the minor and up the rivers, you know, dealing with on a day-to-day basis and talking to different councils, you know, at different levels, and yeah, just finding that siloed approach doesn't help.
He was also thinking about starting a casino on the Mariah, I heard.
No comment.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Cameron, Ms. Stevens.
Yes, last one is Okata today, Stevens.
By magic, when I asked Mr. Bathgate this morning if he would kindly print a copy of my summary for me, he has printed copies for everyone, and so I'm very grateful to hear that. Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa, it's lovely to see you all again today. Ko Tani Stevens aho, and as you know, I've provided planning evidence on behalf of Perurunga o Ngāi Tahu to jump around just a little bit. I only have 4 outstanding submission points to raise with you today, but I'll do so within the context of the 2 focus areas of the Te Rurunga o Ngāi Tahu submission and indeed my evidence on the coastal environment chapter. The first has already been discussed is aquaculture settlement. And as you're aware, I've looked at the relationship between the Māori Commercial Aquaculture Claims Settlement Act and the proposed regional policy statement. And specifically in doing so, I have had in mind, firstly, how objectives and policies will flow down from the regional policy statement to other regional plans, particularly the regional coastal plan. And as an aside, I also have a preference for a regional coastal environment plan that includes the coastal environment. What this means for Ngāi Tahu in light of the need for the Crown to negotiate with Ngāi Tahu on an Otago regional agreement under the Māori Commercial Aquaculture Claims Settlement Act. Excuse me. In the Mana Whenua chapter, this hearing, this also came up, and as Mr Cameron has alluded to already this morning, I talked to the experience of Ngāi Tahu having taken space under the Canterbury Regional Agreement, but that space being located in an area which requires a non-complying activity consent under the Canterbury Regional Environment Coastal Plan. And with the benefit of the timing of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement, I'm attempting to ensure that the same unintended consequence is not repeated here in Otago. The second focus area sought in the Te Rurunga o Ngāi Tahu submission follows from cultural evidence and has come up again today, and that's around the whole coast being a customary fishery. As you're aware, this is discussed in the evidence of cultural experts, particularly Mr Edward Allison, Mr Flack, Mr Higgins, and again, just referencing back to the Kororoa and Mana Whenua chapter hearing. From a planning perspective, what that means is that integrated planning and awareness of the importance of the entire coast and the fundamental relationship between the entire Otago coast and Ngāi Tahu must be woven into the proposed RPS. So within that context of those 2 focus areas, onto the outstanding provisions. But firstly, just to note that those outstanding areas really do have come from the narrowing of issues, and appreciated the conversation that we had with Mr McLennan, and that was really helpful. And also, I'm not duplicating what Mr Bathgate said, but just to note that I do support korero. So firstly, CEO4, the objective Kaitahu associations with Otago's coastal environment, and the discussions with Mr McLennan went both ways, and he highlighted and asked a few questions about proposed drafting regarding that objective, specifically around the inclusion of the term commercial. So the way that the objective was drafted such that it had 2 clauses, and the second clause, it had a clause, and the second clause that Te Rurunga was seeking was engaged in customary and commercial fisheries and other mahi kakai. And so what Te Rurunga is seeking is engage in customary fisheries and other mahi kakai. So that's in addition to that objective that Te Rurunga is still seeking with that amendment. In terms of policy through coastal water quality, this has already been discussed, and I support the drafting proposed by Mr Bathgate for the reasons discussed today, set out in his evidence, and my own evidence at paras 86 to 93, and also just reflecting back to the discussions from today and the text of the Te Tai o Arai Te Uru statutory acknowledgement relating to the entire coast, again reflecting back to the evidence in Kororoa at the Mana Whenua chapter hearing, and how the witnesses really emphasised that the entire coast is important and fundamental to the relationship of Ngāi Tahu. I consider that the drafting provided by Mr Bathgate provides for this. Another policy that's been discussed today is CEP 11 aquaculture. I agree with the amendments sought by Mr Bathgate, and he also has discussed his reasons for the preference for changing the top part of the policy to include in particular, so that that list of matters it's highlighted that they're not an exclusive list of matters that would be considered, and I agree with that approach. Te Rūnanga does seek to include a new clause, obviously 3, but I mean 1C, obviously just counted down, as sought in the Te Rūnanga o Ngāi submission and included in Appendix 1 to the Evidence in Chief of Mr. Bathgate. The purpose for that clause is, as Commissioner Cubitt has already highlighted, it provides an explicit link to the Māori Commercial Aquaculture Claims Settlement Act. I think it's appropriate to contain it in Policy 11 Aquaculture to enable decision makers to consider whether or not the aquaculture development in question is being undertaken by Ngāi Tahu as a settlement outcome. Much can happen in the life of a regional policy statement, and I'm seeking to ensure that aquaculture settlement is provided for. Regarding the new policy sought on discharge, that's already been discussed at length and the need for it. The Te Rūnanga o Ngāi Tahu submission did provide some draft wording, and I have put I've covered that off in my evidence in chief as well, but just wanted to highlight that I'm not wedded to that wording, and I just think that it's a pragmatic approach and a starting point for a discussion with the Otago Regional Council about how to take that policy further if that is the direction that we go in. I can confirm that it is the preference of Te Rūnanga to ensure that discharge into the coastal environment is managed well at a regional policy and planning level to prevent issues arising further down the track. And it is a challenging issue, and it's certainly one that we have experienced in Canterbury in the specific context of Akaroa, where wastewater treatment plant consent was up for renewal, and following from Environment Court appeal, the solution has been that there will be a land-based disposal and a consent of 8 years to provide time for the commissioning of the new plant. And that goes hand in hand with that journey and that longer term journey of how to remove discharges over time. So that's me. Any questions? More than happy to take any.
Thank you. No, I don't really have any questions. Your evidence is very clear. Thank you, Ms. Stevens. But I was just going to pick up on the reference to Michael's promoting the in particular to policy 11, which I see is in the supplementary, but I'm wondering if I'm missing a page of that, because the attachment 1 ends at P6. But I didn't pick, I should have actually picked that up when you were reading it, but I was looking at the provision. So is there a mean?
Apologies for that. No, I didn't manage to squeeze that into my page 4, but I do mention it under para 18.
Yeah, CB.
Sorry, I didn't provide.
So we haven't missed anything else in your change?
No, that was the only other thing. Yeah. So apologies for not having it on that page.
No, that's right. I was just where it's at. So I didn't have anything. Thank you very much. Your evidence is very clear. Thank you.
I don't have any questions either.
No, you clear for me.
No, I'm here as well. So thank you.
Lucky last. Thank you.
Right, thank you. That concludes the Kaitahi presentation on these provisions. And I was told before I came here that the only rule I was to abide by was to not mention the rugby school on the weekend, and I managed to do that.
There's only one actually hard stand here.
Few more in the room, mate. Nice and wise.
So, Dunedin City Council. Mr. Fowler. We've got on our list legal submissions, but we not none of those.
You just got me today.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Right. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So just read through my statement. This is my first time attending this before these commissions. I presume we'll just go through the statement and have questions at the end. Is that?
Yes, that's
Great. Okay. So obviously my name is James Taylor. And obviously my qualifications and experience are set out in my primary brief of evidence. So in this hearing statement, I address paragraphs 21 to 44 of my primary evidence, which is on topics that may impact on Dunedin City Council lifeline utility infrastructure activities. They are potential conflicting objectives and policies in the coastal environment, natural character and methods relating to the size of the mixing zone and municipal wastewater overflows. So the first issue, infrastructure activities in the coastal environment. Dunedin City Council has a significant amount of lifeline utility infrastructure in the coastal environment. And while there will be locations where over time a retreat from the coast is possible and preferable, in many cases it will remain critical for the basic functioning of Otago's coastal settlements that infrastructure currently located in the coastal environment can be maintained, upgraded, replaced, and that new infrastructure may be installed in the coastal environment if that is the practical option to do so as settlements grow. Objective 5, subsection 2 requires that activities in the coast are of a scale, density, and design compatible with their location. However, as we actually have discussed a little bit in the previous section, infrastructure is often arguably of an incompatible scale within the coastal environment. And specifically, when considering this, the stormwater outfalls and other retaining or jetty structures in Otago have been in place for many decades, in some cases over a century, and in many cases they don't comply with New Zealand's modern seismic structural standards or climate change adjusted rainfall assumptions and calculations for significant rainfall events. And obviously what this means is that when a replacement of this infrastructure is required, they often need to be replaced, well, they need to be replaced using modern design standards, and they often require an increase in scale regardless of their location. So potential adverse effects on natural character are thoroughly addressed in Policy 4 and in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. And so while I acknowledge that there are policies that reflect the importance of infrastructure and acknowledge the functional location, they still don't address the conflict with Objective 5, subsection 2, which requires scale, density, and design to be compatible with its location. So therefore, in my opinion, this should be deleted. The next topic to address is natural character. Again, Dunedin City Council has infrastructure assets, significant assets that are anticipated to be located both in high and outstanding in areas of high and outstanding natural character that may require updating and adjustment over time. The New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement provides for avoidance of adverse effects from development in areas of outstanding natural character, and to avoid significant adverse effects in other areas. And this is an important distinction for someone with a lot of assets in the coast. And in my opinion, the proposed policy statement should align with this delineation. And so therefore, I suggesting that it needs to be made clear that outstanding and high are two different categories. So I'm suggesting an amendment to Policy 4, subsection 1, that says that we clarify that high and outstanding are two separate categories rather than identifying areas of high and outstanding. And perhaps that's the intent, but I just, it's very important. So then into the methods, the mixing zone matter. So in my opinion, the description of the method for mixing zone minimization in the regional policy statement should recognise the variables in the science behind determining the optimal mixing zone by acknowledging the mixing zone should be the smallest necessary to achieve the required water quality rather than the minimization. And I do acknowledge that obviously in the pre-hearing conversations and the supplementary evidence, there was a change seeking to address this. But I still am of the opinion, as outlined further in my evidence, that there is quite a difference between making the smallest necessary and arbitrary minimization. And so to the last one, the municipal wastewater overflows. So again, to align with both the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and to avoid emergency overflows or breakages to existing utility infrastructure potentially becoming prohibited activities, I recommend some wording alteration in the method section. So that it's clarified that this doesn't apply to discharges from new sections of regionally significant this does apply to new sections of regionally significant infrastructure and not existing. And again, this was something that was addressed in the pre-hearing conferencing and in the supplementary evidence. And I will just throw in, even though I haven't written it in my summary, that the issue that we have with the updated wording potentially is that a new discharge would still be prohibited. Now, again, Dunedin City Council has wastewater networks that are 100 years old. We do have wastewater overflow discharge consents, but not for the entire network. They're only for part of it. So there are areas where there could potentially be current discharges that we're unaware of. So you know, with this, so if we were to identify it and then obtain a consent for it, would that become a new discharge? So it's just the semantics around that, but that obviously is quite important for protecting the network and making sure we're not doing unexpected items. So that was the summary of my evidence.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Just on your first issue in your summary, the infrastructure activities in the coastal environment, and you've fleshed that out a bit in terms of what that may be. Well, firstly, in terms of land-based coastal environment, are you aware of the change promoted? And I think so that's policy 9, 2A, there's a recognition and provision of functional needs and operational needs of nationally and regionally significant infrastructure.
Yes. Yep.
So following on for that, your infrastructure may not fall under that. So is that the concern?
So regionally significant, our infrastructure so all of the wastewater and stormwater infrastructure will be lifeline utility, which is regionally significant. So yes, that will be. The roading infrastructure is a question that's not yet resolved as to what's regionally significant and what's not. And I think we might be talking about that in the infrastructure section. But again, so there is potentially infrastructure that's not, but the point though remains, and this often, as somebody who has made a lot of consent applications for infrastructure in the coast, even though you've got one policy that's saying we want to promote it, you've still got another policy or an objective, which is saying, but it needs to be, the location, it needs to be suitable for the location. So you can still, if you're an opponent to infrastructure, which there is, in my experience, always somebody who's opposed to the infrastructure, you can still use that to oppose it effectively. So I guess, but for me, I understand how some of these networks work, and they are incredibly important for the functioning of our cities. And I think it is important to acknowledge that, yes, obviously we want to design everything in the coast so that it's suitable for the location. However, when it comes to lifeline utilities, there are additional considerations. So the objective should either be deleted or potentially, that aspect could be deleted or potentially adjusted. So for example, you could throw on the end of it, or that lifeline utility infrastructure is suitable for its function. It's
a question that a lot of people have raised, an issue that people have raised. The other associated part of that, which I'm not sure you have made a submission on, is those activities in the coastal marine area, which is a different policy altogether. which one is it?
Yeah, look,
That's policy 10. And we've had questions around that also, whether you can actually maintain integrity, form, health, function, etc., while allowing those things. Do you have any infrastructure in the coastal marine area?
Yes, we do, but I don't actually have the analysis in front of me, but we thought we could probably work with that, particularly. Yeah, I don't have that in. I didn't come prepared for that particular point.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's okay. The only other thing, and it's arising out of your, again, it's in relation to objective 5. You talk about that scale, density, design, etc. But in relation to that, I should have asked you this before. You talking reclamation, you're talking about that in that context, and you're talking about the roading issue. But I don't think you made any submissions from memory on the reclamation policies. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I can't really ask you anything about that, but they're quite restrictive. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, so you're dealing with that issue through this objective. So if we were reminded to make changes, we expect to see that flow through to the policies.
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's all I have actually. So thank you for that. Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Yeah, just a couple of 2 points from me. The first, in relation to the mixing zone issue that you raised in paragraph 6.1, your recommended wording, I believe, was proposed by Mr. McLennan this morning. So,
It also came from the New Zealand
Yes.
policy statement, so that maybe, yeah.
yes,
Very good.
so no, that is one of the suggestions that he was recommending this morning.
Okay.
Just relating to the infrastructure point, and we've had conversations with a number of witnesses and council staff about cross-referencing between chapters and various other things, and you referenced that some of the issues around regionally significant infrastructure will come up in the EI10 chapter in a couple of weeks. I mean, do you think that the way that chapter is likely to be applied, that would address the issue that you've got with the objective? Or do you think that really needs clarifying?
Yeah, I think it needs clarifying because, well, for a start, I think the infrastructure sections don't apply to the coastal sections in any case. But generally, like I said, I think I previously made the point, when you're in the coalface and you're dealing with infrastructure, you know, if an objective is not clear, and despite the fact that there's other policies that support infrastructure and recognise its importance, you will still come up against obstacles that are probably, well, hopefully, certainly not anticipated, which is why I think, it's a great opportunity to look at that in more detail now.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be some instances, and not referring to council infrastructure necessarily, but where other people are proposing things where the likes of subsection 2 of objective 5 might be useful? I'm just kind of thinking how we.
Yeah, well, I think it probably goes to intent, because in my more substantive evidence, I mean, if it's about the natural character, which it might not necessarily be, well, actually, I guess the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement is really great. I mean, we've used it for a long time. We know how it works, and it does have a really broad framework to look at, much broader than the Regional Policy Statement. And so, I mean, in the context of the fact that you have the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, that's the context why I think it's not necessary. Although, but my submission would be that if the commissioners were of the mind to keep it, then could it be adjusted to add on a exclusion or recognition of lifeline utility infrastructure?
Okay, no, thank you for that.
if we accept your rationale and your paragraph 6.2 and the wording you propose, where's the incentive for the district council to not just rely on that forever and a day?
So I think there's quite considerable incentive. So obviously the having emergency overflows and wastewater is something that nobody wants, and the council is spending millions. I think in the last year 50 million on renewals, to work towards replacing infrastructure, Three Waters infrastructure. The issue is to do it all at once is impossible, and there is a lot of pressure on all of the consenting processes. So obviously there's existing wastewater discharge consents that expire. The wastewater discharge consents require, from the ORC, require management plans that show how you, throughout the period of holding these emergency consents, how you do progress it. So this does not remove the need for a consent, a discharge consent, but it just recognises, that it's a matter that, when it comes to an old network like this, but to try and say something is prohibited, it's not really practical. I mean, I think the DCC and the ORC and the regulatory side are working well together to resolve these issues, and obviously it's very complex. What's the best solution? Long-term planning processes to get funding for different things. The regime that's pushing for DCC to improve its water quality is not. This is a side issue really about are we going to be creating something that's prohibited or enforcement issues in the lower order documents that aren't necessary. Yeah.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your presentation today. Thanks.
Thanks.
Problem that.
Hi, everyone. I've got three pieces of paper to give you. The one that I'm speaking and reading today. And have you got a copy of my submission in front of you or not?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Did you? Okay. There's only one of each.
One of each.
Yeah. So.
Can I just ask you, if you push the button on the, you'll see a little red light come on. There are.
We're up to.
Very good job.
I see two of these.
One each. Yes. Went from their job.
So basically, you have my submission in front of you, but I was pleased to see the page 118 where my submission was taken into account when Ngā Tahu had their monitoring submission added to the methods. And so to me, it was putting my basic ideas into real form in the monitoring one, and then the next page on, I haven't given it to you, but the policymaker recommended that policy CEM6 monitoring be added to. So I'm in support of that today, if you know where I'm coming from. So obviously what I've come here to say. Firstly, I'm in total support and very pleased with the implementation of the recommended policy change. So I'm not sure, obviously it's not implemented yet until you all tick it. I don't know. CEM6 monitoring, which is supported by Ngā Tahu, DOC, MD, Golden Bay. But I'm just thinking, by the time all this process goes through, we're not going to see any monitoring, the new policy until 2028. So that is kind of my concern. I was privileged to be asked to be on the Coastal Environment Reference Group, which I love, learned and respected others in the group. Being very familiar with consents after 40 years of geofarming, I know that policy is essential to protecting the environment and growing biodiversity. My passion is for the marine environment though, which I have had a lifelong connection with. This marine space strongly competes with commercial uses, and so we need to look at regulatory regime monitoring, protecting the whole ecosystem and enforcement. The 25 years and then the Marine Cultural Health Index is important to do that. And I wish that it would happen at my Mataitai opposite my place, that would do that and let the public know how, what the benefit has been for 10 years of a Mataitai. My personal experiences with pollution into the marine environment with the CDC case with sewage plants is an example of visual monitoring. So that was picked up by visual monitoring and, videos. So looking further, monitoring that consent, that the particular CDC consent, I would recommend a number of factors to look at it, both complex and simple things. For example, recently the community installed a series of information boards on history and biodiversity of Port Molyneux Bay at the entrance of Carper Point, but no proper signage about the sewage outflow into this bay, into the marine kai environment was included, despite, what the signs weren't upgraded, and the signs have been there from, anyway, you can't even read them. And there's only one, and it's right in the middle, so you would include it despite being an area well used by tourists and locals. So it's not very good. Another example is a need to identify pollution sources. As a result of monitoring, any consents may need to be changed or red flagged. Like I believe there's a number that just need to be constantly observed. I know they've got all in their consents and things like that, but you've just got to be on top of it, especially with water temperature on the rise. So, there's other factors that are resulting in you need extra monitoring. As a result of monitoring, we would also be able to assess the impact of marine protected areas on a coastal ecosystem. Now, I heard this morning you had I must have been wrong, you had an introduction and you wondered about, if we're going to do this monitoring, where are we going to get all the information and things? Well, in the ORC, you're allowed to access it from all your commercial interests, NIWA, DOG, the varsity, everyone. And you've done the wildlands eco study, and there's 2 books on this, on the marine proposed, and this work is brilliant. You've got it all at your I'll carry on. The concern for the Otaukos is the loss of former habitat and the loss of marine fauna, reduction of marine biomass of fish, kelps, and bird species. So this is why we need a base monitoring system. We basically know that a marine environment should be ecologically dynamic with biologically diverse habitats which need to be protected. Use geographical information system, GIS, overlapping various maps on current information, build them up, and you can perhaps assess or improve the management of the ecosystems within certain areas. Like new strategic ideas would be a good idea, just on your behalf. The Otago Regional Council potentially could have a role in enhancing fisheries and agriculture, reducing declining national vulnerable reef species and kelp, being recognised for providing essential or supporting marine protected areas, like speak up in that area would be nice. And I haven't put all the little bits on top of that, the Mataitai and the road. I think I had to do that in my phone. Oh, sorry.
I knew it was, so you know what I mean.
And these are environmentally, ways to monitor the environment and with keeping out commercial fisheries. And as it is, they just scoop right beside you, smaller mataito, they have another scoop right along there, so they put their nets that side, but anyway, it's pretty hard going out there for nature. Reading on methods and policy to stop the release of sewage into the ocean, implementing policy monitoring change, you know, implementing a kind of monitoring policy, you know, now, you know, if you can introduce something now. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Just time will just wait.
No, thank you for that. But what was, I just missed the book that you held up.
Oh, this is the Marine Protected Area South Pacific. It's SEM coast. And there's two of them. I'll pass it round and you can keep
You'd
it.
just be interested in what it's dealing with. Is that there's been, well, I think it's in process now, some marine reserve development. Is that what it is? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, that was all the work they did
Yeah.
5 years ago. 2 books. Some of the people have died since. Things don't go forever.
No, thank you very much for your submission, and it's good to know that your monitoring has been taken on board. The only thing I would comment is that about the mapping. We have mapping on land and mapping on the coast now. And I noticed that the regional council rates went up 18%. Probably going to go up a little more with that.
Yeah, but you know, you've got them pretty good, haven't you? Like
The rates are nothing to do with me.
no, the maps. The maps
Yeah.
are very good.
Yeah, we have had a discussion around it. It is a very big and costly task, mapping. But obviously you've got to identify these areas. So
Yeah.
it's something that has to be worked through. But no, thank you very much for that.
Yes, can you just tell me a bit more about visual monitoring as you understand it?
Right. Well,
Or
there's lots of visual monitoring. You know, for instance, the colour of water.
Yeah.
You know, if all the sea's nice and calm and you look into the water and it's all clear, and then there's and the surfways where the sewage outlet, it's coloured, it's black, it's not doing its job, obviously. There's something happening there. Or, you know, you used to go down to the beaches at Sinclair and right down the beach it would go, no swimming, and then you'd have the sand would be all that yellowy calf colour, you know. And like with the sewage places, you know, leaking, not processing, rivers, if you know, if you're looking at the river and it's, you know, well, mouths of rivers have changed for sediment over the gold mining times here in the mouth, you know, it's due to a bit of that changing river source, but you know, the colour of water, you can see whether it's clean or not. I mean, there's many ways to, you know, test with your wee bits and bugs and things and that, but if you can basically look in the water and it's nice and clean, you know, that's one thing. But there's a whole lot of other ones, like visual power, all dead on the beach, just thick through, you know.
power.
It you know, was probably in the paper. Oh, I cut things out. So that's, you know, everything died, and they said they seemed to think it was the fresh water that instead of the Clutha River mainly going that way and went that way. But there was no storms at that time. But somehow we wonder, you know, who's investigating that? Did we find out? And everything on those rocks, that's where the sewage goes out. And you can walk there today. I collected bags to give to people of power shells, but there's just sways and sways of dead power and every shellfish that was in the sea there and the mussels, but there weren't so many mussels. There used to be big mussels there, really, really well. I suppose they've, you know, water filters.
So
Yeah.
someone like yourself, and maybe, if I was there, well, when you see these things happening, what do you do then? What do do you report it to the council or?
Well, sometimes people approach me and ask me to say they don't want to be named. So yes, I do. And sometimes you just don't hear back. So, well, sometimes it does happen. And, like basically, so you have to have evidence. You have to have the actual photos and the time. And I just thought that Sam Thomas, he's in the ORC in the Marine Department, that he would be onto it and he might put something in the paper, like that. Also with the temperature change, there's a lot of sea stars, those 11 sea stars are coming into our bays, and you just have to do what you can do, tell your neighbours, give them the paperwork from the seafood magazine that shows you that they've taken over, it's changing all the time, I'm in the South Otago Forest and Bird, so honestly, our list of things that we do are lots of things, and plus I've got the 5 acres right there on the beach, and so you're always involved in all these policy things like vehicles on the beach, 900 submissions to the Firth Council, there's lots of environmental things going on. And the penguins, I can go and watch them every morning or not, because there's only 4 left there on Roaring Bay, So it's kind of like you're on the ground, but you just don't know where to put your energy.
I admire your passion. Absolutely. Thanks very much for your submission and for coming in and speaking to us today.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for listening.
No, I'm not finished.
You're not finished, right, Mr. Welch?
I finished.
I'm finished. Yeah, no, echo that from me too. Thank you for coming in. It's good to hear that you're supporting the what we've put forward there. And yeah, you've certainly given us some food for thought. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Where is your 5 acres?
It's at Nugget Burn. It's opposite the Mataito there. It's right in the middle. It's
At Nugget.
yes.
All right. Okay. And once again, many thanks for making the effort, because we do rely on individuals at the end of the day and planning processes, and it's important people not just leave it aside. So thank you.
Oh, great. No, good to complete the come.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That concludes the hearing for the day.